Wow. The whole group appears. Poof. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Looks like we might have a smaller group today. Well, it's okay. Okay. I guess we can start. We'll start with who we've got. I've got a couple of announcements. We'll catch some stragglers on the way in. So this is our last class for the summer term. And I want to congratulate you all for making it through the 6-week crucible. You've done well. Let's see here. Before I do that, really quick. Okay. Let's share the screen and get right into it. So this morning, the last section I have for you guys is composition and shot design. And it's a good place to stop the semester, actually, because it dovetails nicely kind of into cinematography too, which is a deep dive into all of the principal topics that we cover in cinematography 1. So I've sort of taken you through an arc, and I hope that you guys have figured out what that was, which was to start with, a basic concept of the department and what that means, who's in it, what their responsibilities are, talk about the media itself and the difference between the media and the film specifically. Then to talk about the cameras involved and associated with the cameras, the lenses and the filters and the accessories and the things that we can build onto that camera to make it ready for us to use. And then we started talking about the actual image itself. So we talked about what a good exposure is, too bright, too dark, and the factors that go into considering what proper exposure means. And then I talked to you about some interesting phenomenon that are the result of exposure, calculating and setting specifically. And one of those phenomena was depth of field. We also talked about how your colors render and how they can be affected by your choice of media or your choice of camera and compression used, and also by your choices of filtration and exposure. And then I showed you some interesting techniques, hopefully interesting to you last time we met, about how to approach your lighting problems on set, and a good standard way to do that with the 3-point lighting method. And that leads us up kind of to the culminating section here, which is to try and start putting all of those considerations together and think about what that means in terms of our overall framing compositions, which result in our shot decisions, and the shots as they are gathered together into groups or sequences, how that results in a manageable, coherent, and smoothly flowing narrative that will entertain or inform your audiences. So the last section, composition and shot design, is kind of pulling on a lot of the threads that we've started already this semester and asking you to consider how, in aggregate, all of those choices are going to contribute to what you put in the frame, what you choose to exclude, how you choose to depict what's in your frame, and how many frames you need, or how many scenes, or how many sequences you're going to need to make your point, which is basically your story. So that's the sort of framework I want to take you through. Sorry about that, folks. That's the sort of thought process I want you to be going through as we talk this morning about composition and shot design. Turn my ringer off so that won't happen again. Okay, so let's dive in. So I have a little keynote here we can start with. And this shouldn't take too long. One thing I want to announce and remind to everyone is that there are Cinematography 2 classes that they're only offered at the moment seems like in the fall. I believe the course that's scheduled for the fall is already full, unfortunately, with a waiting list. But if the idea of extending these conversations is something that you find interesting or desirable, you should let HR know. You should let your registrar know, your guidance counselor know, because at the moment they only allocate one Cinematography 2 class in the fall as an elective. It tends to fill up very quickly. And then a lot of folks who would otherwise want to take the course are left without the opportunity because there's only one section available. And I think there should be more, specifically if there are, a lot of students on the waiting list every semester, which there seems to be. So if you're interested in it at all, maybe you could mention to the powers that be that there should be more than one section, and see if we can't pressure them to open up the coursework for more students. Any of you that are electing to continue your education beyond your BA or your BFA, there's also I usually have a little title card up here, but there is an MFA program that you can pursue here as well if you like the program so far and you want to continue your learning experience. Okay, so composition and framing. This is at the core of what we're doing here. What makes our videos cinematic? We asked that question in the beginning of the semester. And so now I think I want to ask you the same question again and see if your answer has changed at all in the last 6 weeks. If it has, maybe we can articulate that somehow in the conversation this afternoon. So, what makes your video cinematic? Okay. And in this particular section, I want to talk about things like compositional elements like repetition and pattern, convergence and horizon relationships. I think I mentioned to a couple of you in your shooting assignment, your first one anyway, we had discussions about framing and horizons and keeping the horizons level. We'll talk a little bit about the rule of thirds, which is a fundamental framing technique. I want to talk to you about the types of shots more. So we started talking about those shots in your shooting assignment. I want to talk about them some more: ECU, BCUs, close-ups, medium close-ups, mediums, long shots, and extreme long shots. We'll talk about framing and composition as far as what short framing means, what it is, what long framing is, and what eye lines are for. And then I'll talk to you about the arrangement of elements within a scene: foreground, middle ground, and background. And we'll use the phrase mise en scene to frame that conversation. Okay, and so the mise en scene is a phrase from the French Renaissance in film in the 60s and 70s, and it's referring to the relationship of elements in the foreground and the background and how they may interact within the same scene, within the same shot. So, what makes our videos cinematic? So, the Cook Optics TV video, which we looked at in the beginning of the semester, it's also pasted up on web courses. I would think about what your answer would be, and then maybe watch the video again and see how some of those professionals responded to the question, and see how closely your sensibility aligns with anyone in that particular video. And what you might do is research the particular cinematographer that you seem to agree with and see if their body of work is appealing to you, or if there's any kind of connection at all, or if there's differences and what those differences are. I think you might find it very interesting to discover where your sensibilities and your opinions lie now, after, as introductory as these conversations have been. Even now, I'm hoping that you'll have some sense of imagery and how to control it and what your preferences might be, versus simply going into a situation and essentially taking what's there. So see if there's any interesting comparisons to be made. I'm hoping that there are, and I'd love to hear what your discoveries are, by the way. So, 5 elements of composition. So, all of these elements are guidelines as usual, right? Nothing's a hard and fast rule, I don't think, in terms of composition. There are a few things that we tend not to do, which over time have proven to be less desirable, less emotionally reactive or responsive for the audience. And we avoid those pitfalls. For the most part, they're all pretty much guidelines. But of all of the elements of composition, I'm going to talk about 5. There's more than 5. Think about them really as ingredients to your overall image composition or your overall scene composition. And it's going to be a question of how you mix and match the ingredients, how the cookies come out, we're all baking chocolate chip cookies, but we all might have our own spin or our own twist on the recipe, and therefore our ingredients might vary a little bit from batch to batch. And that's kind of like how style emerges as well, is how you choose to arrange the elements of composition, how you use them to tell your stories, which may be different, or hopefully will be different from other filmmakers. And this helps to set you apart from a crowd of people who are all competing for attention in terms of having their work seen by an audience. Okay. I want to talk about repetition, pattern, balance, or symmetry, texture, lines that lead to the horizon, and again, we'll talk more about depth of field a little bit here, and see if we can formulate some kind of theory about our images. Okay. Here's John DeBorman. He is a DP that we've heard a little bit from already, talking about composition and framing and some of the work that he's done over the past decade or two.
It's something that I think is absolute pivotal to good cinematography and good films, is the use of the frame. A frame cannot just be a representation of just what's in front of you. It's got to have three-dimensionality. It's got to mean much more than what it's shown. And I think I constantly have to think every time I'm doing a film, so how could I make this image more poetic? How can I say more about the state of, the emotional state of that character in this film? And there's an example in an education, for instance. And it's terribly simple, and people would just say, oh, well, that's obvious. But it's a young girl Carey Mulligan, who's being driven by this man that she doesn't really know. She's 18, he's 30. She doesn't know who he is particularly, but he's exciting. He's something new. She's come from a very structured background with her parents from the post-war era, and he's driving her in this old Jensen, I think, and the car stops and he gets out of the car.
Oh, sorry about that. I was hitting the admit button and I messed up the video for you. Let me see if I can find that moment back for you here.
It's something that I think is absolutely pivotal to good cinematography in films, is the use of the frame. A frame cannot just be a representation of just what's in front of you. It's got to have three-dimensionality. It's got to mean much more than what it's shown. And I think I constantly have to think every time I'm doing a film, so how can I make this image more poetic? How can I say more about the emotional state of that character in this film? And there's an example in an education, for instance. And it's terribly simple, and people would just say, oh, that's obvious. But it's a young girl, Carey Mulligan, who's being driven by this man that she doesn't really know. She's 18, he's 30. She doesn't know who he is particularly, but he's exciting. He's something new. She's come from a very structured background with her parents from the post-war era, and he's driving her in this old Jensen, I think, and the car stops and he gets out of the car and goes across the road and sees this black family across the road. She's observing all this. We could have shot that very conventionally. But what seemed to be more poetic and simple was where really the scene's about her and what she's reflecting on who this person is and what he's doing. And so the next shot is her sitting in her car looking at the scene. And the car window is closed. So it's just a reflection of this black family with him reflected in the glass, but she is just behind it. But you see her clearly enough, and you see that she's thinking about, so you're creating a superimposition in reality, in the real world of what was happening. And then it's just a question of using the focus puller, and I think focus pullers are underestimated in the film game. They can be incredibly important at knowing when to put focus. Terribly simple, but there's poetry, and it's done in such a simple way. It's not a question of looking in one way, looking back, and looking in the other way, and looking back. It's all done in one image. So it's concise, but it works in a very, very gentle way. And I think, it can happen through the choice of locations. It can happen through all sorts of things, but it is absolutely important to find ways of actually creating scenes that imply more than the scene itself. You can over-edit films, and often they are over-edited, I think, where you're telling the audience what you're meant to be thinking about certain things, as opposed to leaving it slightly wider and let the people decide which, are they looking at the reflection in the back, or are they looking at the foreground, or what their emotion is and who are they with. I think that's what I'm implying, that, I love doing that. That this is something that was made in Dagenham, but there are lots of films in which I've tried to do that.
Okay, so that's a neat testimony from John. He's talking about a couple of things. He's talking about the metaphorical aspects of our images that sometimes can speak on another level. We talked about subtext and about underlying tones in the imagery and in the lighting and so forth. And so when you're talking about composing a frame, are you just simply looking at what's in front of the camera, or are you trying to seize on an opportunity to create an image that might be more metaphorical, that might stand for a concept that is found in the subtext of the script or the story, and not necessarily what's simply right in front of us? And he uses that example of the girl and the reflection in the car window to illustrate that point, which is if somebody is thinking about something, in other words, reflecting on an issue, and then the image that we're looking at as an audience is also a reflected composition, that it's speaking to us on a deeper level about what that composition means. So in a film where we're talking about an era in time when there was more differentiation between races and classes, and how societies were segregated in ways, and white people and black people didn't commonly interact together, and then here's a scene where a guy stops and gets out of his car to help a family on the sidewalk who's trying to deal with their luggage and maybe catch a bus, and this girl is thinking about what this means. And so how do you portray all of those messages within the framework of a single shot, or even a series of shots, that doesn't take you far away from the initial dialogue and the initial performance within the scene? And so these issues can get very complex. And I've seen in the film projects thus far, and I see it fairly commonly among student project, is that very rarely do students think beyond the literal interpretation of what's in front of their lens, and not about opportunities that might go beyond the simple messaging and reflect a deeper tone or an underlying meaning behind their story, and use that and infuse their images with those messages as well as the primary one. It's really really important thing to think about. This isn't something that I think you're going to master right away. I think it takes time. I think asking you to manage the initial principles of composition and framing is enough for an intro class in cinematography. But it's something that, if you need a little bit more in this conversation to latch on to, that's kind of the direction we're trying to go here. Is as you get better with cinematography, you'll stop going for what we call the low-hanging fruit. You'll stop going for the easy shot, and you'll look for ways to increase the uniqueness of your compositions, and in this way set yourself apart from others who shoot for a living. And this is how you can gain recognition. You can increase your profile in terms of uh, your potential employment. People might seek you out for the way that you craft your images, as opposed to just simply looking at whether or not you can do the adequate and bare minimum things, like get the camera level and get your exposures correct and make sure everything is in focus. Because really, as difficult as those things are to master in the beginning, they are really nothing more than the cost of admission to this game, which has a much higher stake. So composition and framing, and composition and design are things that you're probably going to be thinking about, especially if you want to be a cinematographer. You're going to be thinking about these things from now until deep and long into your career. Just on a side note, I think that it's nice that Mr. De Boorman stops for a moment and credits his focus puller for the job well done on that particular shot in that particular scene. And one of the reasons why he says focus pullers don't get enough credit is namely because they're rarely mentioned when photography is is acknowledged in some way, like, with Academy Awards, or oftentimes even articles in a magazine, in a trade magazine, that are extolling the virtues of the cinematographer, and the cinematographer then quite frequently forgets to mention the people that are working with that individual to create those images, namely the key grip, the gaffer, the focus puller, and so on. The interesting thing about the reflection in the glass in the car, one of the reasons why he chose to cite that moment in particular, is because it's one of those complex skills that a focus puller needs to have, which is to do a focus throw in a reflection. The problem with focus throwing in a reflection is none of the distances that are apparent through the viewfinder are true distances in the space of that shot, geography, in the geography of that shot. In other words, if you want to focus the image of somebody in a mirror, in a reflected image in a mirror, a lot of times what'll happen is, especially if you don't have the aid of a monitor, is the focus puller will take out their tape, and they will measure the distance from the focal plane to the mirror, and they'll set that on the lens, and they'll shoot the shot, and they'll watch it in dailies, and they'll realize that the image is out of focus. And the problem with that is the reflection in the image is the sum of two measurements. It's the sum of the measurement from the focal plane to the mirror, and then it's the adding to it the measurement of from the mirror to the actual subject. So it's two measurements that have to be added together. And if you don't take both measurements with your tape, your shot will be out of focus. And so the complexity of the girl in the car and the reflection on the glass on the door was the distance between the focal plane and the girl inside the car, which has to be done with the window open, and then closing the window, the distance for the folks on the sidewalk, the distance from the focal plane to the window, and then from the window to the people on the curb had to be taken, and that had to be added together. So unless you have an experienced focus puller who understands all of those different complexities, you're going to end up with a shot that's out of focus, unless they're cheating and using a monitor, which sometimes can be possible. But the reflection that he was looking at, I think, would have been tough, even with an onboard monitor. I think it would have been tough to do that by eye. You really have to know what those measurements are and how to get them and add them together. So that's just one of those things about focus pulling. And I talk about that a lot in cinematography too, because those are the kind of skills that'll get you hired really quickly, especially in the world of feature films and television, where things move very, very quickly, is, understanding the complexity of focus, how it's achieved, and then being able to do it without the aid of a viewfinder, and possibly without the aid of an electronic monitor to even assist you in showing you the frame. You have to sort of understand the frame intuitively. Maybe you take a quick opportunity to look through a viewfinder if that moment is afforded to you. But as a focus puller, you have to understand how lenses work, what field of view means, and the fact that a lens with a 35 millimeter designation has a wider field of view than a lens with a 50 millimeter designation, what the differences might be in your imagination, and then see that image in your mind when you're standing at the camera and you're getting your measurements for focus, and you realize that the camera is wearing a 35 mil lens and the operator hasn't given you the opportunity to look through the viewfinder. And maybe you don't have an onboard monitor, so you can't quite see what the framing is, but you have a sense of what it is. And having a sense of that frame, inherently, is a far better advantage than simply having an onboard monitor to see what's going on, because the onboard monitor can have a lot of problems. It can have low resolution, which doesn't help you with focus. It can have latency, meaning the image on the monitor is several frames behind what the camera is actually capturing, in which case all of your focus throws will be late by several frames, which is not necessarily visible on the monitor on the day that you shoot, but certainly on playback. And the editors might see, why are all the focus throws so late? Why are we arriving late at these characters when they start to speak? It's because there was latency in the video tap. There could be problems of underscanning or overscanning. In other words, the monitor is seeing less of the actual image or more of the actual image that's being recorded. And so there's lots of ways that an onboard monitor can lie to you as a focus puller. So you really only want to use the onboard monitor as a backup plan, as a confirmation of what you already understand and what you already feel and know in here, right? So that your skills are based on a very visceral knowledge and experience of what's happening, and less about the the superficial confirmation on the monitor, which may or may not be a true representation of what's happening. Okay, so the focus pulling position, this is one reason why many focus pullers in Hollywood are focus pullers their whole career, because if they're very good at it, they become highly sought after, well paid, very well paid, and very well cared for. For instance, in our first class, I showed you, introduced you to Roger Deakins and Andy Harris. I mean, Andy Harris is Roger Deakins' focus puller, and Andy's been working with Roger for, over 20 years. Every movie that Roger does, Andy is standing there at the camera with him as his focus puller. And that's a very exclusive position. There's a lot of people in the film business who would love to have that job, but there's only one, and it's Andy Harris's job for as long as he wants it, because he has earned Roger's trust and respect with his skill and his knowledge base, and the fact that he's been doing it for so long, he could probably do it rolling out of bed with very little preparation or lead time. So focus puller's job is very important. It's highly lucrative, and if you're not the best at it, it's a gateway to other positions like operating and DP and other things. Just keep that in mind when we're thinking about these things in terms of a career, right? What are you going to do for, what is your idea of a career? Is it, you want to work in films for the next 5 years and then you anticipate doing something else for a living? Or do you want to do this for the rest of your life? And if so, what do you want to do? And would you do that one thing for the rest of your life, or do you want to move around and try stuff, right? So it goes part and parcel with how you envision your career at this point as well. Okay, back to composition. So first on the list is pattern and repetition. This is a fairly famous staircase in the Vatican. Okay, and you can see how it has a nautilus kind of composition to it. So there's a little sort of fountain situation at the bottom of the stairs, and you look down from the top of the stairs, and what you see is this, sort of concentric winding pattern that leads you down and down and down and down from the farthest reaches of the composition, around and around and around. And as we get closer to the center of the composition, we're going deeper into the shot. And in the middle of the arrangement, we get this little detail at the bottom. So this is an interesting take on, how you might approach a subject like this, and getting out of the headspace of simply, shooting something from your point of view. I notice a lot of you, when you shoot people sitting at a table, for instance, maybe it's the breakfast table or the dining room table, the point of view that you shoot that scene from is as though you were standing there holding the camera to your eye, right? Which, if people are sitting at a table and you're standing with the camera at your eye level looking down at them, there's a certain perspective that shot's going to have. And it's not going to feel like, if the camera is the audience, it's not going to give the audience a sense of participating in that scene. What you got to do is start looking for the alternate angles that vary or differ from your personal point of view, right? And become more about the audience's desired point of view. Do they want to see something from an oblique angle, or do they want to see something from the point of view that they feel a part of what's going on? If we're talking about breakfast at the kitchen table, the first thing you might want to do is get that camera down from your own personal eye level down to the eye level of people seated in chairs, which is a difference a lot of times of a couple of feet, right? But that difference in in a couple of feet that you've taken the camera down to their eye level has changed the perspective. You'll notice the walls aren't what we call falling away, falling out of the frame anymore. Vertical lines in the composition will straighten up because you'll get that lens down closer to its axis, right? And then you might even consider moving into the action a little bit to create a geometry between the characters within the frame and the lens itself that almost feels like a third member of a two-seater having breakfast in the eat-in kitchen of your house, right? Two people talking to each other, and yet you become the sort of third member of the conversation by inserting that lens into the geography of that scene instead of being well outside of it and above it looking down in an omnipotent point of view, right? These two different approaches to shooting a scene are going to relate directly to how the audience experiences that scene, right? They can experience it as a detached piece of information that they're looking at from a distance, like fly on the wall kind of idea, or they can be part of the conversation where at any moment the audience has a sense that maybe one of those characters is going to turn and say something to the camera, right? And they got to be there to, be a part of that. So what am I talking about, immersion, or I'm talking about detachment, right? If they're detached and omnipotent, we're looking at a scene from outside of the diegetic reality of the characters, and now we're talking, or we're inside of that whole conversation and we're a part of it as the audience. Okay. And the immersive feeling that you can give an audience a lot of times directly associates with their sense of whether they enjoyed a film or it was just okay. So look for these interesting angles, and it helps to look for and recognize pattern and repetition as things that will catch the eye of the casual observer, right? So as baser animals that have predatory characteristics or tendencies, not the least of which is frontal stereo vision. Okay, if you notice any predator in nature that hunts for a living, cats, wolves, a lot of these creatures that hunt for their food instead of foraging, they will have forward-facing stereo vision, and part of the forward-facing vision is a left eye right eye relationship, a left eye that has a slightly different parallax from the right eye, and when used together create a three-dimensional sense of the field in front of that creature, and gives them a sense of how far away their prey is, how far they have to jump, how far they have to reach to get to their objective. Okay, so these are fundamental things that affect us really on deep levels, and we can recognize the concept of pattern and repetitivity, and on very deep levels in our animal nature, not to mention, not the least of which is our creative nature. Okay, if we apply the principle of pattern and repetition, like here, again, this is Empire Strikes Back, I believe, right? Luke is chasing Vader through the air circulation ducts in Cloud City, and he gets into this tunnel, turns the lights on, and we get this interesting array of LEDs that are all sort of almost aiming at him at the end of a long barrel, right? He's at the end like James Bond in the beginning of a James Bond movie. Turns the lights on, and all of the arrays are kind of running towards the horizon where he's standing, pointing right to him, creating a focal point, which is kind of an interesting composition, I think. How would you have shot that, for instance? How would you have seen that given this interesting and intricate set, and the idea that Luke is searching around somewhere looking for Darth Vader, who is apparently hiding from him in this moment, and he's hunting him down, right? So interesting visual solution within a very complex set. Here's another concept. So balance and symmetry. Do the elements within the frame seem to have equal weight from left to right, or top to bottom, or diagonally, whatever your composition seems to suggest? Do you have the visual weight in balance from left of frame to right of frame? And what are the elements that are in contention for this balance, and where are they within the frame? In this case, we're looking down a long jetty, and the camera is right at the end in the middle of one end of the jetty, and the jetty is extending towards the horizon. And if you really compare elements within the frame, without getting too specific, if you compare the elements, this is a highly symmetrical image, right? So we got pilings on one side, we got rocks on one side, the same thing on the other side. The jetty, we're right in the middle of the jetty, so the jetty is exactly in the center of the frame. It extends to the horizon, which is top to bottom, nearly in the center of the frame. And the sky's full of clouds with the same apparent volume on either side. And the only element that seems to be slightly out of balance is this sort of light post right here, which is slightly off center by a small degree. Otherwise, a highly symmetrical composition. This is a still photograph. Here's a frame from Stanley Kubrick, The Shining, right? Same things kind of going on in this scene. We're using a steady cam and we're following this young man as he pedals around inside the hotel on his big wheel. And he's going down all the hallways and all of this, all of the, on all the floors and sort of driving around. And he encounters this composition, which is the two little girls at the end of the hallway. And the camera, so the camera is set right at the center of the axis, top to bottom, so that all the vertical lines are straight. They're not falling away. In other words, he wasn't too low or too high on a wide angle lens. He was right in the center of the axis of the lens, so that all the vertical lines are straight up and down. And all the lines also seem to be converging towards the horizon. And when they do, the image at that convergence point is the two little girls standing at the end of the hallway. And we're over the shoulder on the kid on the big wheel. We're really directly over his head. He's centered in the frame, right? So this is another symmetrical image with some other dynamic elements in play as well, which is leading lines, right? So we have mirrored symmetry, leading lines, and then we have another which is an immersive point of view. So we see what the character sees at the same time the character sees it, instead of seeing the character in a shot reaction shot and then seeing what the character sees, which would be a series of 2 or 3 shots. In this shot, we see everything at the same time, right? So it's an immersive POV. We see what the person sees at the time that they see it, right? A very complex composition if you think about all those things from a textbook point of view. Texture is another unique aspect of our compositions. Most of the time, texture can be derived from our lighting. If you remember on Monday, talking about how flat direct lighting renders shadows very poorly, and we don't get a really true sense of depth within the frame when things are front lit. But when things are side lit or backlit, we have a better shot at increasing the 3D effect visually for the audience and revealing texture within the frame or within a subject by placing the light at such an angle that it reveals all the irregularities in the surface composition of that subject. In this case, I think we got a head of cabbage over here. And over here, we've got the roots of a banyan tree. This is Edward Weston, famous photographer from the turn of the last century. And this is his son, Brett, famous photographer from the middle of the last century. And you can see from father to son, he's passing on a lot of the compositional sensibility. Everything that we see in this composition of the cabbage, I think, is metaphorical. And I'm just wondering if what you folks see when you see this shot of the cabbage leaf, if it doesn't remind you of something. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Cloth, specifically some kind of dress or, something like that, some drapery.
Yeah, I think of a ball gown or something very sort of complex and very intricate. And yeah, a dress is the first thing that comes to my mind. And if you look for examples of this kind of use of lighting and texture in contemporary film, one of the best examples that I can think of is The Phantom Thread, which was I think it's about 3 years ago now that the Phantom Thread came out. This is Paul Thomas Anderson. And the use of lighting in this film was heavily contingent on sets, set decor, and wardrobe specifically, because it's a movie about a dressmaker, about a guy whose passion for creating women's fashion was realized through his design and manufacture of these intricate gowns that these women throughout his lifetime had worn in high society and in events of recognition or celebration. And he's a very famous dressmaker in London. And the movie is about the life of this guy and his passion for making dresses and his love affair with his muse. And some very, very beautiful images have resulted from the effort that these filmmakers made in creating the movie, The Phantom Thread, with Daniel Day-Lewis. If you check it out, I highly recommend it. It's a period piece, so it has some historical context to it. It's also in London, in a time period that was concerned with these types of things, especially in levels of society where people could afford to, have idle experiences and dress well for dinner and appointments and so forth. And it's a very luxurious movie from a lot of standpoints. And at every opportunity, I think they're using lighting and they're taking opportunities to show off either the actual locations that they're shooting in or the elaborate sets that they've created and the elaborate costumes that have been produced. Really, really beautiful movie. Leading lines. Okay, so I talked to you a little bit about that with the Luke Skywalker shot way up here, right? So now if we're talking specifically about horizons and lines that draw the eye to the horizon, okay, here's a really sort of common composition. That's I kind of call it the road to nowhere composition. You've probably seen it many, many times in different iterations. The Close Encounters movie poster comes to mind. You've got a road in the desert that leads to the horizon, and we have the night sky above us and the desert in front of us, and the idea that this road is leading to some existential destination in the future on the horizon. And it can be a very hopeful metaphor, the road leading to your ultimate destination, where you can almost perceive that destination as a point on your horizon. Okay. This can be a very reaffirming composition, especially if you're photographing a scene where somebody is working towards a better life, hoping for a positive outcome, on their way to success, seeking, uh, seeking fame, fortune, redemption, whatever the objective might be. All things positive and affirming can be reflected in a composition where we have lines that lead towards a horizon point. And then, of course, we can manipulate the feeling of positive or sometimes even negative, depending on how high or low in the shot the horizon is, and whether or not there are any foreground elements that can create sort of another layer of complexity, maybe an imbalance in the composition that might suggest barriers to success, or conflicts that will take place, or efforts that will try to prevent our hero from reaching their destiny, for instance. So composition, if you choose, don't discount it, because it can speak to your audience on a lot of sort of visceral levels that the mere cinematography is not doing, or the script or performance is not doing. And it's the combination of all three things that are going to lead your audience to a feeling, to an emotional response, to a conclusion. And that should be the conclusion that you intended them to have, or to get, or to receive all along. right? So here's that effective use of horizon and leading lines in The Dark Knight. But what we have is we have some negative connotation within the context of the frame. First of all, night versus day. Night can be considered the negative aspects of day, which are the positive aspects, the presence of light or the absence of light, right? Good or evil. Now we have converging lines leading to a horizon, and a horizon that's very low. A very low horizon might also indicate low expectations, low probability of success. A higher horizon might symbolize, an objective that's almost but not quite out of reach, higher in order, higher in priority. So high horizon, maybe positive connotation, low horizon, negative connotation. And now we have an element in the foreground, which is centered, right? So we have a symmetrical element in the foreground, which is standing in opposition to our reaching the goal. And who is it? Well, it's the Joker, right? The Joker being the antagonist. So this is Batman's point of view. He sees the Joker waiting for him out in the street. He's being called out. Batman's objective would be to secure the safety and prosperity of Gotham. Standing in his way is the Joker, right? So this whole composition is speaking on many levels to the audience, not just on the surface, which they've already kind of figured out at this point in the movie. Joker's the bad guy, Batman is arguably the good guy, and they're in conflict. So we kind of already know that, but this image is coming at a crescendo in the story where the audience is supposed to be feeling an upwelling of adrenaline, of anticipation, and this is a conflict between these two guys that was inevitable. And metaphorically, it's represented by the Joker here in this position against Batman's ultimate objective.
I had a question about that.
Yeah.
From this frame, I don't know if I'm just like crazy here, but does the environment also affect the message? So the mise en scene obviously is composed of everything on the screen, and you have your low horizon and your leading lines and all that. But the setting the setting itself, I assume, would have an effect on the implications to the audience. So, for instance, in this shot, it's not just that he's the bad guy, and it's not just he's standing in the way, it's where he's standing in the way. Because when I see this, I think, okay, it's downtown. Why is nobody around? Well, nobody's around because this is like downtown business sector. It's like a financial sector. And so in that way, Joker combined with later instances of him being like, I don't care about the money, it's all about sending a message, stuff like that. The character of the Joker being like, no, I'm rejecting this by standing, and here he kind of stands there, and his criminality is basically a more direct form of the corruption of the city itself, which is a main theme for Batman's narrative, is that Gotham is corrupt and that Batman is fighting back against it, and he has to work outside of the system because the system itself, he wants to save it, but at the same time he can't be a part of it because that won't get him, the goal he wants to meet.
Those are, I mean, that's a lot to unpack, but those are basically all of the themes that are running underneath the narrative of The Dark Knight. Okay. But if you think about just this image itself, and so what can we say about the movie The Dark Knight? Well, if you have outlined for us the whole philosophical narrative of the movie, then each scene within that movie is going to be reinforcing the assertions that you've just made, right? So every scene is not only going to show us through dialogue and action the possible truth in your premise, but it's also going to show us with subtext visually that your assumptions are correct, right? So in this scene, think about what you see right here. I mean, how many of you watch old westerns when you got nothing better to do on a rainy afternoon on a Saturday, maybe?
Hey, westerns are the best thing to do.
I mean, if you're at all familiar with the classic American genre of the Old West, and if you've ever watched any of those movies, especially like in the 50s and 60s, when they were still black and white and the scripts were still heavily steeped in thematic exposition and dialogue, and weren't just focused on spectacle like movies seem to be now. This shot is in every classic Western that came out of Hollywood in that era. It's the bad guy versus the good guy alone on the street, right? They have to meet. It's Gary Cooper at high noon. It's good must ultimately confront evil, and they do it in public, but the public is hiding from view. They're anticipating the outcome, but they're afraid to be involved, or they can't be involved. So they're not present when the two icons meet for their final confrontation. In the
Right.
background, some of Joker's henchmen are kind of occupying the background, but they're quite a ways away and they're really reduced to spectators. And this is going to be about the Joker and Batman, right? And so everybody else is not present in the frame because they've all scattered off of the battlefield and they're waiting for the outcome, right? So this is a metaphorical shot. This shot is supposed to resonate with you of any classic Hollywood Western that you've ever seen as a kid or as an adult. And this shot is if we're talking about what the Germans call Gestalt theory, this shot is in terms of its meaning and significance, has a greater value than the sum of its parts, right? So we've got some buildings and some bad guys. We've got a notable bad guy in the foreground, and he's coming to call Batman out for a final fight. That's the obvious narrative. That's the low-hanging fruit. That's the whole thing. But if you look at this and you also see High Noon, or you see True Grit, or you see any one of those, Once Upon a Time in America, well, not Once Upon a Time in America, Once Upon a Time in the West. If you're seeing this image and all those other images come flooding back to you, that was exactly the point. That was exactly what the filmmakers were trying to do. And what that is that's a form of rhetoric that we call pathos, right? Which is the empathetic or emotional appeal to the audience on some way that gets them to become engaged and invested in this scene, right? They remember all those old movies, maybe in their subconscious. It's not necessarily an attempt to bring all those things into your present conscious state of mind while you watch Batman. They want you to stay focused on Batman, but they want you to understand on another level what this scene means to Batman, what this scene means for the Joker. One of these guys has to lose. Who's it going to be? Right. And that's a classic American confrontation psychosis, right? It's like we're reminded of all of our own life challenges and all the times that when we had to face down our fears or face down our competitors or our antithesis in some way, and we didn't know if we were going to win or we were going to lose. All of these emotional memories are going to come welling up into your self-conscious and help you to understand the gravity of this scene. So this is where that visual metaphor is helping you as a filmmaker to really give your audience a story that they seem to understand at a deeper level, even if they can't articulate what that level is, because they've seen it somewhere before. They can't quite put their finger on it, right?
So this could be in the context of of what the scene itself is saying and how you're using that sort of ingrained, maybe even subconscious memory of, being exposed to a similar situation in film. This an interesting comparison between like the spectacle and the dramatic would be this versus Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, where in the first film, when Spider-Man has to fight the Green Goblin, up to that point, he had been helpful to the city, and because of the narrative of that, when he is fighting Green Goblin on the bridge, and he's like, "I'm going to throw the kids off and Mary Jane, you got to pick one," then all the people on the bridge, they don't just stand there. As in, in Batman, they would be like, "Okay, we're not getting involved." But in Spider-Man, it's more of an involved narrative because Spider-Man loves New York loves him, so then all the people start throwing things at the Goblin. They're like, hey, it's a very blunt message. It's direct to the audience of, hey, we're helping, but it's that would be more spectacle, whereas this would be more relying on dramatize in the old ingrained type of Western style filmmaking. Those sort of similar images.
I can't speak to your example from Spider-Man, because I'm not as my recall of that scene is not as good as this one in particular. But what I'm talking about is the metaphorical relationship between an image and the audience. The audience is watching Batman, but they're reminded of something else, whether it's something in their real life or something in another movie. If it's something from another movie, a lot of times we use the word homage. This is Tarantino's homage to Glenn Ford, or this is, this image is somehow an homage. Like if we could ask, Christopher Nolan, did you have High Noon in mind when or Wally Pfister, the cinematographer, did you have High Noon in mind when you composed this image? And they might very well say yes, or they might have a very similar subtext in mind, another movie that was very significant for them when they were growing up, maybe. Tarantino does this all the time in his movies. And so you might see a scene in a Tarantino movie and you say, oh, this really reminds me of something. I just can't put my finger on it. And it will probably be another very similar scene in a much older movie that had a direct significance to the director himself, the writer director himself. And as an homage to that influence on him, he puts a similar scene in his own movie, hoping to influence you as the next generation of filmmaker, right? So this is a way of tying rhetoric together from the past to the present, from prior inspiration to current effort and current inspiration, and reaching back from the past to tie the past to the present in terms of the history and the fraternity and the continuity of cinema as an art form, instead of merely a documentative shoot what's in front of you reflexive action, right? Cinema is deliberate, cinema is crafted, cinema is language, right? And just pointing a camera at something as it happens in front of you, even though it might be very important information, like some poor guy getting beat up by the cops on a sidewalk in New York City. Yes, but did you shoot it with cinema in mind? Probably not. You were more concerned with, was the image in focus? Was it cleared? Was the sound recording properly, so that when they show it again on the news, everybody sees exactly what happened in front of your eyes on a Tuesday afternoon in the Bronx, let's say, right? And that's not necessarily cinema. That's what we call reportage, which is a different kind of image manufacturing, okay? Cinema is emotional, cinema is creative, cinema is deliberate, and it's more than simply pointing the camera at the Joker on the street. It's making sure the camera's in the middle of the street, not even slightly off, in the middle. The lens is wide enough to see the buildings extending into the distance, and the lens is set at the axis, the correct height, where the buildings aren't distorted in some way. They're shown as vertical. And then we're going to place an element in the foreground, the Joker, very specifically, right? And we're going to show you this image in the hopes that it resonates with something else that meant something to you in your life, and make this movie now an important, and also an important part of your personal lexicon of cinema and the movies that you are greatly affected by. Okay, so this is all about communication. It's more than the images, right? And so the effort that's taken to make, to manufacture this image is done so in a way that is, Christopher Nolan is trying to create a relationship between himself and his audience. And it's one of trust, right? It's one of, I'm going to tell you a story. The story's going to mean something to you. It's also going to entertain you. And you can trust me that I'm not going to insult your intelligence. and I'm not going to sell you a pig in a poke. In other words, I'm not going to build you up and then let you down, right? This is a commitment on the part of the filmmaker to make sure that what they present to the audience has merit, right? And so the way you craft these images is very important. You should never take a half-hearted attempt at creating an image that's going to be seen by an audience. Every detail that you leave out is a missed opportunity to communicate on one more level with your audience. Nothing in the frame should be superfluous. Everything you put in the frame should be deliberate. It should have some contribution to your message, or you should get rid of it. Okay. I can't tell you how many times I've watched student films and they shoot something in their living room and it's somebody sitting on a couch watching TV and the phone rings and they answer the phone and it's a friend and they have a conversation and then they hang up and they either leave or they sit and think about it. But within the context of that frame, there's all kinds of stuff in that shot because the shot's too wide. It's in a weird place in the room and I see all kinds of things that I'm like, why are those things in that frame? Why didn't they just move them out of the frame when they shot that, so that I'm not distracted by it or thinking that it means something, when in reality, it has nothing whatsoever to do with what this filmmaker was trying to tell me. So in that case, I get confused about what the image is, right? So, even in your student films where you're doing something for your teacher and you're trying to convey a message, if there's something in the frame that doesn't contribute to that message, take an extra 30 seconds and move it out of the shot. So it's not clutter, it's not confusion, it's not distraction from whatever your message is, right? And that's a very simple example of taking this this composition and shot design thing very seriously, which is, if you don't deal with it, it becomes a problem, right? You can confuse your audience, mislead your audience, misinform your audience, and all of that may be purely unintentional, but it's the result of not taking that extra measure and making sure that everything in the frame contributes or it's been removed. So think about that when you are, shooting something for a class project, for instance, is make sure that what you're showing is what you intend to be showing to your audience and nothing more or nothing less. Okay. Depth of field. So we just got done talking about depth of field, right? So this is a Hershey's Kiss ad. It's a magazine ad, right? And I think they did something very similar for television, which was, the Hershey Chocolate Company they want to capture the imagination of an audience watching a TV show. And for 30 seconds or a minute, they want to distract the audience from MacGyver or Matlock or Survivor. And they want to suggest to you, next time you're at the grocery store, pick up some of our chocolate. You won't be sorry, right? And here's one of our signature products, the Hershey Kiss, right? Think of it as our company giving you a peck on the cheek in the form of a small chocolate morsel that might brighten your day, might make you happy, might satisfy a craving, right? All of these advertising objectives that they're trying to infuse into the image, and they're doing it by using focal point, balance, symmetry, depth of field as a compositional element, right? Hierarchy. All of these things are present within this image. The Hershey Kiss is exactly in the center of the frame, both horizontally and vertically. It's bullets, we call it, right in the middle of the frame. It's the sharpest thing in the frame. It has the most contrast, the most texture. It's side lit, so we have texture in the foil. It's centered and balanced. It's got a focal point in terms of depth of focus. The background, all of his friends are standing around in the background, but they're all gently out of focus. You see the little bokeh circles in the reflection of that one particular chocolate morsel. So we've got a nice bokeh pattern from what is probably a longer lens, like a telephoto lens. The angle of view is fairly narrow, right? And the background, which can't be more than maybe 10 or 12 inches away, is nicely out of focus. That wouldn't happen on a wide angle lens. So I know this wasn't a wide angle lens that shot this image. This is probably a 105 millimeter telephoto lens. Okay. Nicely out of focus background, nice isolation in the foreground of the focal point, centered balance. And then the hierarchy is the Hershey's Kisses in the background, even though they're further away and they are down, I guess that's downstage from the Hershey's Kiss, right? They're no higher in their composition really than the hero, which is right here. But the hero is upstage where the audience can see it very clearly and completely. And we can even read a little bit of the banner um, label that's hanging out of the foil. Okay, so a lot of thought went into this, believe it or not, from an advertising standpoint, from an agency standpoint. There's lots of different ways that you could have photographed a Hershey's Kiss in a bowl with other Hershey's Kisses on a table next to a sofa. You could have, photographed Hershey Kisses in the packaging on the shelf at the grocery store. You could have done a lot of things, but in this particular shot, the Hershey Kiss becomes a character. It becomes a heroic character. And this character is treated with all the same compositional nuance that you would give Iron Man or Captain America or Gary Cooper or the Joker. This Kiss is the same kind of character for this story right here. Okay. Can you see the correlation there? The difference is bad guy, good guy, right? Unless you're a diabetic and then maybe this is the bad guy, right? But there's a correlation here. Do you see it?
In the case of, the different framing, the different framing leading to reinforcements of character, good guy, bad guy, Captain America, whatever, depending on how you frame them, where they are, etc. How does that account for something like, say, John Wick, where he is the hero, he is the good guy, right? We're rooting for him.
Yeah.
But most of the time, there's an intention to keep the character grounded in as much realism as possible without being boring.
Yeah.
Sort of jazzing up the life of this, run of the mill assassin. But a lot of the time when he's framed, the camera's following him and it's very close, it's very gritty. So in that context, is that sort of, since that is intentional, then is that reinforcing his character as the hero, or is that reinforcing his character as a man who just happens to be in this situation? Is it, so that would be not necessarily just the where the shot is, the depth of field and whatever, but how close you are to the subject would be affecting the audience, feeling for them.
So am I to take it that you're a John Wick fan?
I recently got around to watching the new film Nobody from the same creator. So the guys that did John Wick went and did, I believe it's the same director, went and just did a film called Nobody. Same situation, retired assassin type guy in suburbia.
Okay, so you're a fan of the directors and their style, not necessarily the story of John Wick. Okay,
right.
Well, that's fine because it kind of works either way. So I'm going to assume that you've seen a number of behind-the-scenes videos about the John Wick movies.
Yeah, here and there, yeah.
So then, what you've clearly bore witness to is the deliberate nature with which they rehearsed every one of those scenes and choreographed every one of those scenes based on a number of criteria. So there are a number of practical choices involved in a gunfight in John Wick, and then there are a number of metaphorical choices involved with a gunfight in John Wick. Okay, some of the practical choices would be, are the stunts we're asking John Wick's stunt person to perform within the means of his capability, physicality, right? Or are we asking the impossible? So that's going to have some contribution to the final overall performance. And then where he jumps off the staircase and lands on the dance floor. Does he land at random? No, he lands exactly where they said he was going to land every time they rehearsed it, and he lands in that position for a reason. It's the skillful leave, right? If you've ever played 8-ball, in other words, played pool, billiards, right? You don't just take a shot at a ball and then hope that the cue ball ends up in a place where you have another shot you can make to sink another ball in the pocket. The whole idea behind 8-ball is not only are you going to drop the ball in the pocket that you call, but you're going to leave the cue ball in a place where you can continue your drive towards a win. You're going to leave that cue ball in a place where your next shot is possible and probable. And you're going to keep leading to your next shot and your next shot and your next shot, because until you miss, you can keep shooting an 8-ball. You don't have to give the cue over to your competitor, right? So a gunfight in a John Wick movie is the same thing. Can the stunt person manage what we're asking them to do? And then can they do it in a way that is going to give us a series of shots that when we cut them together with an editor is going to feel like it flows? Because you can shoot action, especially a gunfight in a nightclub, and get a bunch of shots that you think are interesting and compelling, but when you try to edit them together, they just won't cut into anything resembling your narrative because you didn't pick the right angles or the right compositions that led one to the next and cut together in such a way that your audience could follow your story, right? So these things are very, very well thought out. They don't just happen. It's not an organic process, no matter what they might tell you in a BTS video on your DVD. It doesn't happen at random. In fact, Keanu Reeves trained for months before the John Wick movie started so that he would look real on camera when he was handling a firearm. I mean, all of that stuff, nothing was left to chance. Everything was pre-designed, storyboarded and rehearsed and calculated, and dry runs were done, and everybody had meetings and they talked about what it would be. And at the very last moment, they actually shoot it, right? So 90% of the creation of a gunfight in a nightclub in a John Wick movie is the process of months of training and planning and designing and predicting and outcomes and rehearsing so that it comes down to finally recording it, and you can get it in 3 to 5 takes, and you don't have to do it all day to get the right aiming of the weapon or the right landing on the floor after the jump, or you can do all of that physical business, and then when you get to your final mark, deliver your dialogue without being out of breath, right? Or whatever the concern may be. So and this is driving home this point, right? As a cinematographer, as a director, as a storyteller, everything that the audience sees on the screen should be the product of your deliberate intention. Okay. Where was I? Depth of field. So here we are. Here's another shot, right? I was talking to somebody about shooting master shots. I think it was in a Zoom meeting, and I admitted that I myself, as a cinematographer, I kind of abhor the idea of the establishing shot, because for me it's like smacking the audience over the head with a log and saying, ugh, you're in a pool hall. Do I have to show you the exterior of the pool hall with the gaudy neon light that says pool and a parking lot full of beat up cars and motorcycles to indicate to you the kind of crowd that's going to be in this establishment? Do I have to really club you over the head with the obvious? Or can I get right into what's going on? If I show you just this shot right here, which is from Sons and Daughters, or Fathers and Daughters, this is cinematographer is Shane Hurlbut. Okay. Do you need to see all that stuff to build up the idea that this person is in a pool hall? Or can you see the suggestion of a gaudy overhead beer sign over a pool table, which is pretty clear that this is a pool table, even though it's out of focus? There's somebody back there playing pool. We can assume the types of characters that are going to be in a pool hall. It's probably late at night because it's very dark in here. There's no neutral white tones in this frame to speak of. And there's even a suggestion of some blue light over here, which might be from a neon sign, or it could be a suggestion of moonlight, right? So you'd be 90% guaranteed of a correct assumption if you said this was a night interior pool hall, right? So all of the stereotypes, this is another way that the filmmakers are being reminiscent. They're being iconic. They're appealing to you and saying, do we really need to explain where we are right now? Or have you seen enough movies to know that pool halls in the middle of the night are full of unsavory characters that don't mean anybody any good, that they are generally going to try and harm you, especially if you're a beautiful, unescorted, young, seemingly defenseless woman, right? We've all seen that movie in one shape or form, right? I think Jodie Foster made it, famous in her movie where she gets raped in the pool hall late at night by a bunch of bikers, right? We know these things already in our film lexicon, in our histories, and so they can skip right to the point by giving you a shot that's reminiscent of all those things without having to take the time to overstate the obvious, right? And so this is where your composition and shot design can be very, very helpful in sort of shortcutting all of that process and getting right to what you need your audience to see and feel and be thinking about, right? So here we're using, shallow depth of field. We're using asymmetrical composition. She's big in the frame right, and the pool table and all of the other detail is out of focus and in frame left. So it's creating a separation here, right? She's not centered in this world. She's entering into the world. And we have everything here that's out of focus is representing things she doesn't know about. She's in danger. We can see that through performance in the foreground and the fact that she's very sharp. And then if we wanted to, at some point, we could take the opportunity to throw the focus to the background if this person had any significance for why she might be there. We might throw the focus at that point. Once we've made this very clear to the audience, all of these messages very clear, we can then start the next part of the conversation, which is, and oh, by the way, poof, throw the focus, the bad guy's here, right? Okay, so these are ways in which we're going to use all these techniques to our advantage. Do you guys get that? Do you get what I'm driving at there? Does it make sense? Okay, so we talked about cinematic bokeh the other day. So I kind of opened up the conversation a couple of lectures ago. And I just want to touch on it again because it's used a lot compositionally. It can mean things, or it can be playfully present in an image without bearing too much metaphorical weight. It's just how spectral highlights blur and go out of focus at wide open apertures in low light situations. And the pleasing aesthetic effect they can have on an overall composition. And I mentioned this shot to you guys the other day. I thought I had included it in the other lecture, and then I discovered it in this keynote presentation in preparation for today. And I just wanted to show you how the bokeh in this shot, how it changes based on where the plane of focus is. So if the plane of focus is on the foreground, because there's a fountain just out of frame to my left, and the water is actually in sharp focus, but it's kind of splashing out of the fountain, so we have some motion blur going on here. But the focus is set to the foreground. Therefore, all of the spectral highlights in the background, street lights, stop lights, restaurant signs, headlights, they're all going to have that nice sort of globular, happy out of focus bokeh thing going on. And then as I throw the focus to the middle ground and the foreground and back again, you can see how the bokeh will change shape and size And as the car approaches, you can see how the bokeh changes in shape and size, and just sort of get a sense of how the dynamics of bokeh works on a zoom lens with subjects that are moving between the foreground and the background, and how the lens is focusing between the foreground and the background. It's very short, so just check it out here real quick. Now we're really focused on the foreground. So there might be, let's say, two champagne glasses come into the shot and clink, or, a loving couple kisses under the fountain of good fortune, right? And then we throw the focus to the background to reveal where they are, right? On their honeymoon on Bourbon Street or something, or whatever the story might be. And then understand how we can get, this is long lens stuff. So this doesn't happen readily with wide angle lenses. Even though that frame where we throw the focus to the background and we see the restaurant and stuff, even though this frame is sharp, it's not a wide angle lens. It's what we see deep in the background of a longer lens that's focused at infinity, right? So this looks like a wide frame. And if I was standing in front of the fountain by about 25 or 30 feet with a wider lens, I probably would have seen the same point of view, but I'm not. I'm way back. The fountain is between me and what we see here. I've zoomed into a longer focal length, and I've given you the feeling of a wide lens because my plane of focus is thrown way out towards infinity. But when I bring that plane of focus back to the foreground where I'm really, in terms of geography, where I'm really standing, that's when you're going to see all the highlights here in the frame just get stretched out and become these giant, happy little out of focus balls. And so you can get bokeh most successfully with longer lenses and spectral highlights. Okay. And then you can really get them to do some really cool stuff. I love this car driving by in the opposing lane because it's just like, blobby, happy little balls of light moving through the frame. And it has this really kind of, I don't know, impressionistic feel to it, which I think is kind of neat, and all it is playing with the physical limitations of the lens and the photometrics of a telephoto lens. But if you understand how your tools work, I mean, this is a very interesting way of giving the audience metaphorical images to look at. These out of focus bokeh balls might mean something in your story. They might have some kind of resonating message that you can reinforce by playing games with spectral highlights at the right moment in your story when we have something really significant going on. So what is composition? It's the arrangement of objects within a frame. Okay. Think of the screen as your image frame. What you see through the viewfinder of your camera is your image frame. What you see on the monitor of your digital cinema camera is your image frame. It's all the same thing seen at different stages in the manufacturing, but it's all the same borders, right? Top and bottom, side to side. The arrangement of the elements within that border is your choice, because whatever's within the safe operating boundaries of that frame, indicated by your frame lines on your monitor, for instance, that's what the audience is going to see. So if there's something in that frame that you don't want the audiences to think about or see, pull it out. If there's something that you feel should be there that's not present in the frame, talk to your art director, your art department about adjusting the set, adding a prop, fixing some wardrobe, or whatever it is that is going to help you tell your story, right? And the composition is what you're thinking about when we're talking about this. The way you arrange the elements in a frame can be applied with a few set of very predictable, very traditional tool sets or guidelines. This one is a grid overlaid on a famous scene from 2001: A Space Odyssey, and it's trying to explain to you the rule of thirds and what the rule of thirds is and how to interpret it within a visual frame. And so what the rule of thirds is stating very simply is that there are 4 psychological and predictable points within a frame that the audience will key on psychologically when they're looking at your film, right? And if you put important information at one of those 4 points, or conversely, like the opposite side of a coin, if you place critical information in any one of these 9 sectors within this grid pattern, your audience will pick up on that psychologically and be able to derive emotional or informative ideas from the placement of those elements, right? So in 2001 A Space Odyssey, how many of you have seen 2001? Have a number of you? I don't see all the thumbnails, so I'm not sure. Okay, so we know basically what's happening here, right? So Frank Poole and Dave Bowman have determined that Hal, the onboard guidance computer on their spaceship, on their mission to Jupiter, is somehow malfunctioning. And because Hal is in the story supposedly an AI capable computer, what they're discussing right now are the ramifications of a computer with AI that has become corrupt, that has ill intentions towards the crew of the Discovery. And so Hal, being the computer on the spaceship, has lenses and microphones and speakers everywhere on the ship, so he can communicate with the astronauts while they're en route, and he can monitor things that are happening, the function of the ship, the activity of the crew. And so Hal's presence is everywhere on the spaceship, except inside the maintenance modules, the little spacecraft that they can use when they go outside, when they go EVA outside the spaceship to do maintenance tasks. They can turn off Hal's access to that environment and have a private conversation. So they go into this spaceship and they close the door and they test the audio, and Hal can't hear them. And then the spaceship turns on its mounting frame. Whether Hal does it or whether Dave Bowman does it as the pilot, we're not sure. But they go into the little escape pod, and then the pod turns around so Hal can look through the window at the 2 guys inside, talking about whether or not he needs to be shut off. And Hal ends up reading the lips of the guys inside the spaceship and figures out their plan, and then goes about trying to eliminate both of the astronauts before they can shut him down and essentially abort the mission to Jupiter, right? So in the capsule, we're made to feel the relationship between the 3 characters. So here's Hal eavesdropping through the window. Here's Dave Bowman, the captain of the mission, suggesting to his co-pilot, Frank, that Hal has slipped a wire and gone a little nuts. And then Frank is like, but he's a computer. Do computers do that? And they're having this existential conversation about whether or not a computer can be evil or good, corrupt or incorrupt, or perfect or imperfect. And the whole idea was Dave Bowman says, hey, man, computers are supposed to be perfect. They never make mistakes, right? But yet Hal has predicted a failure of an important element on our spaceship 2 times, and we've gone out to try and fix it, and there's been nothing wrong. Is he pulling our leg? Is he doing it deliberately? Or is he malfunctioning? And either way, we need to turn him off. And so Frank agrees to do that. And so we have all of the elements arranged in this scene so that we can get a sense of the importance. Both of the astronauts are on the same level to indicate that they're equal. They're making a deliberate co-decision about whether or not to turn off the computer. The computer in the center of the frame is the subject of the conversation. He's out of focus to indicate that he's not truly included in this conversation. He shouldn't be, but he's still eavesdropping anyway. And he's present in the frame to remind us that this is what it's about. Do we turn him off or not? Right? And then we've got the window is also in the center sector of the composition to indicate this is the primary means with which Hal has figured out that these 2 guys, equally weighted and equally distributed within the frame, are making a concerted decision to take him out, right? So it's, it's a fairly simple and straightforward approach to this composition, but it is in every way supporting the idea that this conversation is important. The people involved in the conversation are making important choices that will affect the story, and that there's a potential hitch or problem with all of that, given the computer's ability to read lips through a window, right? Which is something that we find out later. It's revealed when Dave is talking to Hal, and Hal, in his AI cynical, sarcastic nature, admits to Dave Bowman that shortly after, when he kills Frank Poole and then tries to kill Dave Bowman in the same fashion, Hal does the same thing that every bad guy in every movie has done when he thinks he's got the good guy cornered and he's going to win out, right? The bad guy reveals the plan. He says, well, I was doing it all along, and you're so stupid and weak that you couldn't even stop me or figure it out, right? It's the same kind of relationship between a computer and an astronaut in a sci-fi film that you might have gotten between Hans Gruber and John of Bruce Willis in Die Hard, right? It's the same exchange. It's the Dread Pirate Roberts and not Fezzik, but Vicini, when he's kidnapped the Princess Bride, right? Truly, you have a dizzying intellect. Oh, I haven't even gotten started, and let me tell you how stupid you are and how I've outwitted you, right? It's the same scene over and over again with different backdrops, different characters, but we organize everything, all of these elements, so that you can sort of recognize this for what it is. So in every movie that you've seen that scene take place, if it's presented in a way that resonates, right? And this should resonate with you. And this was the first of the 3 examples I've given you. You see this scene in this movie and you like this movie a lot. And then you recognize the same thing happening with, Bruce Willis in Die Hard. He's confronting Hans Gruber on the walkie-talkies. Yippee-ki-yay, mofo, right? And then it's the Princess Bride, with the iocane powder. It's, it's the same thing. And so we're using composition and shot design and everything. And then we're drawing on your emotions and your happy memories of film going each time we do this, and hopefully it resonates with you. Here's another scene. This is Titanic. This is where I put this little sort of magnifying glass icon over this central image. This is the in writing, we would call this this amulet here. This is the heart of the ocean. We would call this I'm trying to think now. Would we really call this Chekhov's gun? This is the the thing that everybody's looking for in the movie, but it doesn't really. It doesn't.
Yeah, it's not Chekhov's gun. It's I know what you're referring to. I just can't think of the term either.
Yeah, I'm all cinematography blocked up right now, and my writer's lecture has to come out now, and it's stuck. I gotta get it out like swimmer's ear. So all these characters in Titanic are arranged in this frame, right? And they've all got a stake in this story. So here's Rose. She's the rich or the supposedly wealthy debutante who is going to marry our anti-hero back here. I forget his character's name in the movie now. But he's the rich Wall Street type. David Warner is his his attaché, his assistant, his man Friday, who is a very stern individual who doesn't like Leonardo's character, who has fallen in love. He's the poor boy who's fallen in love with the rich girl. We talked about this in the lighting lecture the other day. And then we have the steward, who has found this expensive jewel tucked away in a raincoat that was being worn by Leo. The amulet was Rose's fiance's gift to her on the announcement of their betrothal, right? And so it's the whole scene is sort of centered on how did this expensive jewel get out of the safe in the stateroom on the boat and end up in the pocket of the raincoat being worn by Leo DiCaprio after Rose was supposedly rescued from the railing of the boat attempting suicide, right? And so it's it's a unifying element within this frame that is tying all of the motives of all these characters together in the context of a story that's supposed to be about a boat sinking, right? But it's also a love story, so it's more than a movie about a boat sinking. It's certainly not all a movie all about how Leo's character sneaks into Rose's room and steals this, $1 billion blue sapphire diamond or whatever the heck it is, right? It's not about all those things at all. It's a love story. It's the tragedy of a betrothed couple who don't really love each other but are marrying for money, and a couple that truly loves each other but they can't be together because they're from different layers of society. And it's about the other agents within the story that will uh, seek the tragic ends or the intentions of Billy Zane's character. Um, and so he's helping. So Zane is represented by the bad guy, DiCaprio the good guy. This guy's kind of neutral in the whole deal. He's just holding the amulet going, hey, what's up with that? We found it in his pocket. Maybe he is a bad guy after all. And Rose is saying, I can't believe this. Is this true? The whole thing. So this is the center of the composition. And then everybody is at a particular point that means something in this composition. We have the two poorly coupled anti-heroes here, Rose, and actually she ends up being the hero because she lives. But at this point, she appears to be a tragic hero tied with this guy inextricably. Leo's trying to separate them. This guy is trying to help get Leo out of the picture. So they're teamed up over here on this focus, and they're teamed over on this focus. And the center panel is the gem, and then everything else kind of around the outside, including the other security guard, is sort of just there to frame this tighter inner composition right here. You see that? So this is how the rule of thirds is trying to work here. It's trying to guide the eye towards important aspects of the story located within the frame, right? And non-verbally tell the story of the relationship of specifically these four people, right? And do it outside of the confines of performance or dialogue, right? So he looks kind of astonished that he found the jewel. He looks pissed off because he's trying to prevent this guy from getting the girl who's supposed to be betrothed to him. And he's reaching out for the jewel as if to say, that's mine. What are you doing with that? And the whole thing is within the language of photography and not scripted expository dialogue, right?
It's a MacGuffin.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
this would be the MacGuffin of the Titanic, right? Exactly, the heart of the ocean. So everybody wants it, but it's not really the driving factor behind the story at all. It's a convenient mechanism used to tie all of these details together. Okay. Over here, we've got the rule of thirds working on, what is this? Mad Max Fury Road, I think. And so in the beginning of Mad Max, we see him as a prisoner of these horrible guys painted with white face paint. Not sure why, but whatever. It's post-apocalyptic, so anything goes. But they're captive for a number of minutes in the beginning of the movie, and he's got this arcane face mask on that's tied to a chain around his neck, which is helping to bind him to indicate further that he's a prisoner against his will. And he's waiting for a moment when he can seize an opportunity to escape from his captors, and he somehow gets his hands on a weapon, and he turns and levels it on his captor, and gains his freedom. And so in this scene, which I think, it takes us like 10 or 15 minutes in the beginning of the movie to lead up to this moment where he actually seizes on an opportunity to escape. So we've been watching all of this intense action, car chasing and stuff going on, and we're looking at our hero chained up, and it seems as though he's finally done for, and he's going to get whatever they're going to do to him. I really don't know whether eat him or boil him or shoot him. I don't know what they're going to do to him, but we know it's bad, and we don't want this for our character, because we've somehow bonded or attached ourselves to his fate, and we're rooting for him, right? And so he gets his hand on the gun, and he turns around, he points it at the bad guy, and here we have this composition. And again, the rule of thirds is taking precedence over the composition. So we've got Mad Max in the upper right of frame. He's looking into the frame, which is a positive connotation. It's what we call, long framing, or it's traditional framing, really. To have a subject who's located on the edge of frame looking into frame through the center of frame and out the other way has a positive connotation, right? And then to further reinforce that positive idea, we've put him at one of the four critical foci of the rule of thirds, the upper right, okay? And then in the upper left is his means of escape. It's the gun that he has managed to grab or seize from his captors, and it is on the upper left foci of the rule of thirds. So the upper and the lower foci have an order of importance. The hierarchy is the upper foci could be considered more important than the lower foci if you have your choice of all four at the same time. And so what we've done is we've put the two principal concerns for the audience in the upper left and right foci: Max and his means of freedom, his means of escape. Okay, and they're both perfectly put where they're supposed to be. Okay, so this is due in no small part to the skill of the operator in the moment that this action is taking place, to pan the camera and follow the action in a way that keeps Max where he's supposed to be in the frame compositionally, which is up here, and his gun right here, and probably anticipate the raising of the gun from below frame, right? Anticipate where it's going to be. First, we got to get Max on the right 1/3 line, put his head on the top focus, and then make room for the gun to swing up into the frame on the left side, on the left focus. So the operator's thinking about this in the moment where the action is being revealed in front of the camera, and following that action with the frame to make sure that this composition is guaranteed, especially in the height of that moment where it's the top of the slam dunk with Michael Jordan, right? You jump up on the floor, and at the height and the apex of your arc, you almost freeze for that moment, and then the action follows through to the penultimate dunk through the net, right? Well, the same thing's happening here. Before he unloads on both barrels, there's a moment where he raises that gun, and we pause for a moment to allow the audience a fraction of a second to be in that moment of yes, and then boom, he shoots the guy, and he gets away, right? So, but this is the operator's job to make sure this moment happens in the frame the way it's supposed to happen, with the composition that the director asked for in the storyboards. And this is all happening in the moment, in real time. So this is speaking to the skill of the operator now, of being able to follow the action with the frame, panning and tilting on a tripod or on a gimbal, whatever they're using, and keeping the elements in the frame in the proper arrangement. This is why the operator can't also focus the image at the same time. This is a full-time job right here, making sure you can guarantee these compositions in the frame on live action as it happens. It's a hard job. All right, so good framing is composed of probably the rule of thirds. There's a couple of other rules of thumb that I'm going to show you, but the rule of thirds, you can see it applied to a number of different movies here. So here's Atticus Finch in my brain's not working this morning.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Mockingbird. Thank you very much. Kill a Mockingbird. Okay, so here are all the important characters. Here's his client. He's defending this man against accusations of rape, and here's the lawyer who is pitching one of the first iconic arguments for civil rights in the history of Hollywood cinema, right? Atticus Finch is stating all the reasons why all men are created equal and we should give this guy the same justice and consideration under the law as we would give any other individual who was accused of such a heinous crime, and the color of his skin should have nothing whatsoever to do with it. And the gravity of an argument like that, the worst thing in the world we could have done is compose this frame sloppily or without paying attention to something as simple as the rule of thirds and putting those important elements in these very important places to make sure that subconsciously the audience recognizes that organization within the frame and subconsciously and psychologically understands the importance of the moment because of the meticulous placement of the elements, right? Over here, this is Jason Bourne, probably the Bourne Identity, right? One of those movies, they're all kind of the same. He's the hero. He's got a dark side. He's half lit, so sometimes he feels like a good guy, sometimes maybe he feels like a bad guy. Nevertheless, he's on the left 1/3 order of importance. Eyes at the upper left foci, and this is how he gets things done on the right compositional line. This is Jason Bourne's mode of operation, right? His modus operandi. He gets things done with a gun, right? And then this down here could be any number of different movies. Maybe the Robert Altman film, I think, is this one. It's kind of like a Downton Abbey kind of thing, you know. But we have rich aristocracy all gathered together in conversation. And what we're trying to do is order the hierarchy of these individuals in the frame. We find that they're all kind of on the same compositional line, the upper 1/3 line in the rule of thirds, meaning that they probably all occupy the same station in life. This guy being slightly above the 1/3 line might be slightly more powerful or have slightly more influence than the rest of these folks. If this is your quintessential whodunit pot boiler, this could be, you know, we could think of this guy Sherlock Holmes. He's slightly above the station of everybody else being accused of killing Colonel Mustard in the library with a pipe, right? It's that kind of arrangement of characters or elements within the frame. Everybody here is equal. We got a couple of people that are lower than the others. They are outside of suspicion, probably, by their arrangement in the frame. So one of these five killed Colonel Mustard in the library with a pipe, and this guy is here to figure out who done it, right? Same kind of idea. Pay attention to the elements you have to work with, arrange them in the frame that makes sense to the audience and the story you're telling them, and are arranged in a way that is organized for subconscious recognition as well as conscious recognition through performance and dialogue. Here is another rule of thumb you can use to order your compositions. This is the golden ratio. So it's talking about using a sort of a Nautilus pattern. Again, you remember the Vatican staircase in the beginning of this discussion had the same kind of compositional rule applied to it, the Nautilus, the seashell shape or concept, right? It's also, oddly enough, representative of a mathematical relationship that is naturally occurring in nature, which is called a Fibonacci sequence. And I'll talk to you about that here briefly. It can be calculated, in other words, mathematically, and then plotted on a graph and reflect this shape. Okay. So the author of this particular graphic is suggesting to you that Leonardo da Vinci, in fact, used the golden ratio to construct the composition of the Mona Lisa. And that could very well be true, right? It's said that in art appreciation, the human brain, the psyche, and the eye do one of two very predictable things when evaluating a composition. As psychological human beings with intelligence, we either key on elements at the edges of a composition and work our way towards the middle, or we go there right away to the center of a composition, and then through order of hierarchy, we look at other details that concentrically lead us to the edge of the composition and out of it and on to the next painting hanging on the wall, right? So it's suggested that we do one of those two things. And so both of those tendencies can be satisfied by the golden ratio. So if you're waiting online at the Louvre Museum to look at the Mona Lisa, and you finally get to the head of the line and they tell you you can step forward, and you stand, 5 feet away from this 11 by 14 composition on wood, and you look at the Mona Lisa, do you start with the hands and work your way around to the eyes that seem to follow you through the room? Or do you go right to the center of any facial composition, which tends to be the tip of the nose, and then regard the eyes, which follow you through the room, and then to the mouth and the delicate shape of the chin, lead yourself around the face, the beauty of the face of the Mona Lisa, and then down to her hands, and then out of the frame? What type of person are you? It doesn't really say anything necessarily about your nature or your psychology, but it does say a lot about the human predictable tendencies that we have as observers, which is we're either looking for profile information or we're looking for specific predictable information at the center of our field of view. And both of those things can be true, all right? And it's part of our predatory basic nature. Forward facing, stereo visible, predatory tendencies, right? We're either looking for whatever's in the center of our field of view that catches our attention first, or we look for profiles, shapes, recognizable shapes in nature. And we do that by starting at the edges and working our way in, looking for profile detail. At the edges of the Mona Lisa in her composition are these very sort of inexpressive hands that are folded in her lap, right? What type of observer are you would be an interesting question to ask yourself. If you apply this to other compositions, I'll show you how you can sort of map the golden ratio over other frames and pick up on the same sort of cueing. But before that, let me show you the mathematical relationship that's happening here. So a Fibonacci sequence is a sequence of numbers that are every third number is the sum of the previous two. So if you go 0 and 1, 0 plus 1 is 1. So the sequence starts 0, 1, 1. And you go 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34. And these numbers can all be plotted, like I said, on a graph and give you this sort of nautilistic shape, okay? It's starting here, 0 plus 1, 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 3, 8, 8 plus 5, 13, and it goes around in a concentric loop like so, okay? The author of this graphic is trying to show us two possible ways that you might psychologically be looking at the girl with the pearl earrings. So you remember this shot from Monday, hopefully. So you're either going to start at her eye because it's at the sort of the hierarchical center of the composition. If you drew the rule of thirds through here, her leading eye is on the left 1/3. The right 1/3's over here with her ponytail. The upper 1/3 is going through the headdress, and the lower 1/3 is coming right through the tip of the nose, putting the eye kind of smack dab in the middle of that sector on the left 1/3 line. So that is considered the center of that composition. If you go for the center first, the leading eye, then you're led around to the other eye, the delicate nose, the other eye, then through the blue headdress and out through the ponytail, out of the composition. So if you're the kind of person who likes to look someone in the eye when you speak to them, you might be the kind of person who, when regarding this painting, will go for the eye first in terms of detail. Or you might be more responsive to color influence, right? We got very sort of flat, um, sort of monotone image, with the exception of this blue sash she's wearing on her head. So you might have keyed in on the blue first and started there and realized there was nothing much to see but blue, and your eyes started working towards the edges of the composition until you come around to the mouth and the chin, the lips, lead you right up the nose and right to where we were going to have you look anyway, which is her eye, right? Either way, how are you approaching the image? If you understand how you are visually as an observer, you might arrange a composition based on your own tendencies and hope that your audience, correlates or has the same tendencies when they look at what you compose and they see the image the way you see it. But there's evidence to suggest that these placements within the overall context of the frame, and this is not the overall context of the girl with a pearl earring, it's a little bit more of a vertical composition, but clearly the subject is the face of the young woman, and we're admiring her beauty in its totality and complexity. Whichever place we start, we're either admiring the hair and the beautiful color of her dress, and that's finding its way around to the delicate beauty of her facial features, or we're going straight for the eyes and we're looking at her in the eyes first, and then we're regarding the rest of her in this overall composition. Here it is mapped over a shot of a couple of, looks like a couple of women maybe having tea on a park bench. This could be almost anywhere. It looks like it's probably in Italy or Spain. And so the Nautilus is projected over the person on the left side of the bench, and it's coming out of that composition to regard the building and the front door and then the stairs and leading out. Or maybe you started at the stairs because it's the biggest element in the frame. It has the highest order of importance, being that it's the biggest in the frame, and your eyes might have gone there first. And so psychologically, we see a flight of stairs and our eyes follows the stairs up to where the destination is going. Doesn't seem to reveal anything up here but a darkened portico, right? So the stairs led us kind of nowhere. So we keep looking through the frame. What else have we got? We got some windows. We got some interesting wrought iron. Oh, we got a fence. Now we got a bench. Oh, we got a couple of ladies on the bench. What are they doing? Boom, having a cup of coffee or having a cup of tea, whatever it is. We eventually get to the point by following the compositional suggestions to the focal point, which is the woman on the bench. Or we go to her right away and then we look at her environment as a sort of an afterthought. Having coffee. Where having coffee? On the bench. Where on the bench? In Spain, because of this cool building. Here's a shot from the movie Full Metal Jacket. Stanley Kubrick. Again, what are we seeing in this frame? Well, has anybody seen Full Metal Jacket? Anybody here familiar with the movie? Filmmakers who haven't seen classics, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, disturbing, but a cinematic masterpiece, I will say.
Sure,
Like, just all the shots in it are just beautiful.
Disturbing is deliberate, right? Anything that doesn't make you think is maybe not important, right? So here's a movie about a couple of guys that are training to be Marines, and they're going to get shipped off to Vietnam. And we have Private Pyle, and we have Private Joker, Matthew Modine's character. In this movie, Private Pile is the quintessential fuck up. He can't get anything right. He doesn't know how to march. He doesn't know his left shoulder from his right shoulder. He sneaks donuts into the dormitory at night when he's not supposed to be eating. He has found every possible way to get in trouble with his drill instructor. And the drill instructor has finally had enough of this guy and has turned over responsibility for Private Pile's training to one of his colleagues and peers from the same unit. And this is Private Joker. Joker's a sarcastic guy. He's very intelligent. He doesn't believe in the justifications for war. He finds it to be an immoral act. He doesn't really want to be there, but he was drafted. Private Pile is kind of lucky to be anywhere because he's one of those people that isn't too bright, let's just say. And so what we have in this scene is we have Private Joker, who's normally known for cracking up and making jokes, is very sober, very stoic, because he's not happy given the responsibility of getting Private Pile in shape to go to war. And so we have this relationship happening here in this scene. In the background, we have the rest of the company drilling properly with their drill instructor, marching the way they're supposed to march, learning what they're supposed to learn. And in the foreground, we have the hopeless and the dejected, right? Through the whole composition in the background is the horizon, and it's perfectly in the middle, isn't it? And we've got sky overhead, and then we've got asphalt down below. We've got the hard marching surface of their reality juxtaposed against the hopeful beams of sunshine peeking through the rain clouds, and there's a storm brewing, right? All of this sort of metaphor in the background. Then we've got Joker here. We start with our Fibonacci around his temple, and we're looking at his stern and unimpressed face. We're looking at his war face, his stoic military posture. We're following that around to his properly shouldered rifle, which he's trying to teach Pyle how to do. And we're leading that through his, upright stance at attention, leading through to, oh, here's Private Pyle. And for once in the movie, he actually has his rifle on the correct shoulder at the moment that he's supposed to have it there, left shoulder arms. He's finally getting it. And his look is to Joker for confirmation. Am I finally doing this right? And once we're relieved of that detail, our eyes are allowed to leave the frame and go to the next shot, whatever that shot is following this sequence. So this is kind of the interpretation of the arrangement of these elements based on the golden ratio again. So what I'm going to ask you to do is see if you can tell me where the golden ratio is happening in this shot. And you can probably only do it effectively if you've seen the movie, but take a crack at it nonetheless. Where do you suppose the point of focus is in this shot?
I mean, I first look at the guy's face that's closest to us.
Okay, so this character right here, Adam Baldwin. Okay, so why would you go there first, do you think? There's a couple of very basic, simple reasons why you might have chosen this as the focal point.
He's taking up more of the frame than the other men behind him, and he's closer. And like you were talking about before, some people cue in on something else first, and for me, that's usually eyes. So I go right to like the worst face I can see.
Yeah, so he's standing taller than everybody else in the frame. So he has an order of importance that is, predicates that he is not necessarily in charge, but he's certainly in this moment more important than everybody else hunkered down behind the wall. And that's true. So in this moment, Adam Baldwin's character, Animal Mother, I believe it was his nickname in the movie, is making a decision. He's come to a very desperate plan. And we can see, again, if we draw the 1/3, so the right 1/3 is about here, the left 1/3 is about here, And then the top one is running pretty much right through his Adam's apple, and the lower one is running right through his I think this is like a 50 caliber machine gun, right? So on one of those compositional focuses, we have two players and an automatic weapon. And on the top, we have Animal Mother, and he's kind of in the center quadrant on top as well. So he has the ultimate importance in this shot. And basically, he's made a decision to run into harm's way and try to rescue one of his colleagues who has been shot by a sniper and is left exposed out in the no man's land between the pile of concrete rubble that they're hiding behind and a building in the distance where the sniper is hiding and shooting out a window. So Animal Mother is once again going to act and behave in the confines of his narrative description. He's the aggressive um, type, that he is the action seeker. He is he's playing a form of a hero, but he's not ultimately the dramatic hero. He's the rash one. He's the one that doesn't think before he leaps. He just follows his impulses. And in this moment, his impulse is to rescue his injured colleague who has been shot and who is moaning and suffering out in no man's land, exposed to the further wrath of the sniper who can, pick him off at any moment from the window. But the whole thing, if he had stopped for one moment to think about what he was doing, he would realize it was a trap, because the minute he runs out to help his friend, he's also going to be shot at. And so he has to make the choice. Is the risk important enough for me to leave the relative safety of this pile of rubble and go save my friend? Or do I cower behind it like the rest of these guys who apparently cannot make the decision to call into action? Instead, they're trying to get fire support from the Air Force, and they're trying to raise people on the radio, and they're saying, wait, 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 don't run out there. It's a trap. And he's like, hell no, I'm going anyway. If I don't, he's a dead man. So he's making a really important choice here. So we're probably going to see him as far as hierarchy, because he's the highest in the frame. And then we're going to look, what's his expression all about? What's he got? His helmet's on. He's got the bullets on his shoulders. Oh my God, he's got the gun. And the other guys are going to watch him run out there and try to save his buddy. Right. So it's kind of doing this thing, or you could say it's doing this thing and leading us all the way back to here. This guy holding the rifle is Private Joker's partner. Joker ends up working for the Stars and Stripes newspaper and following this platoon as a reporter. And this guy, up until this moment, is the photographer. And so in this moment, the photographer has chosen to put down his camera, which you can see hanging right here, and pick up an M16, which is something he hadn't done up to this point in the movie, which further emphasizes or punctuates the action that Animal Mother is taking right now by running out there with his weapon ready to try and rescue his friend from the sniper. So all of this is happening in the context of the scene, in the performance. The dialogue is revealing what's going on, and the composition is supporting it at the same time. It's not just a camera hiding behind the rubble with the rest of the actors pointing it at whoever talks first. It's been deliberately composed this way so that we can rely on these compositional tendencies that we have to understand what's happening non-verbally while the dialogue and the action is taking place. So no matter what we're cueing on as an audience member, we're getting the point. The last kind of compositional rule I'll talk to you about is quadrant theory, I guess is what they call this. And the idea here is you can take any cinematic frame and divide it equally into quarters, right? Upper left, upper right, lower left. And the hierarchy would follow the same kind of hierarchy that our eyes follow when we read a newspaper, for instance. When Westerners read a printed page, we start at the upper left, we work our way to the upper right, and then we work down in a Z pattern, right? Like that. So we would interpret this as boom, 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 boom. right? This one being the quadrant with the least importance in the composition, this one the quadrant with the most important part of the composition, depending on the order that we choose as the author of this frame. So in this frame, what we want is we want to see Ryan Gosling, driver, appear here, understand that he's facing out of the frame, right? He's what we call short framed. He's on the left, looking left, and the shortest possible route out of the frame. He's short framed, frame left. Okay, that's the first thing. If he's looking left and short framed, frame left, and he's walking into a situation when he could obviously be leaving instead, he's walking into something that's dangerous and ignoring the easy way out. So here he is going into the frame, accepting responsibility, walking into danger, dressed as ignoring the risks, dressed in his special jacket, which he only wears when he's doing a dangerous job driving getaway cars, right? So he's suited up and ready to go. And then there's really not much here to focus on except the door, which could represent the getaway established by the exit sign, but it's not really doing much over here. And he has moved into this frame. So there was a sort of a dynamic motion that happens, and the composition sort of rests here for a moment as he pauses to look down the hallway and regard something that he is moving towards, aspiring towards, right? Which happens to be the girl that he's supposed to be protecting, which is kind of why he's smiling, because in this moment, I think he starts to realize that he's falling in love with her instead of merely protecting her, which was his job in the first place. So there's a lot of stuff we're supposed to be focusing on in this composition, and it happens in the quadrant upper left, and is sort of supported by everything else that comes after. Okay. The next frame we see, if I'm not mistaken, is what he's looking at. So it's shot, reaction, shot. It's the Farley brothers theory of coverage, which is actor sees something, camera sees what the actor sees, reverse shot at the actor seeing the thing that we just saw along with them, right? Shot, reverse shot. So the next thing we see is the girl at the other end of the hallway going into her room, and she is in this quadrant over here, which would be the opposite of where he is in the previous frame. So there's that interesting sort of balance happening between two different frames, right? So he's upper left, she becomes lower right in the reverse shot, and it kind of balances. The two shots balance each other, right? Which is kind of also a metaphor for their relationship. He is a character out of balance. Okay, by day he works in Hollywood as a stunt driver, and at night he takes jobs on the black market driving getaway cars for people who rob banks. And so he's feeling like he could have his good life balanced out by a love interest instead of having his good life balanced out by a bad life where there's risk, and the reward is not it's not what he wants for himself, right? So he has this conflict within himself, and he thinks that the way to make it right is to find, someone to love, and he has focused on his charge, which is this woman he's supposed to be protecting, and she becomes the object of his affection in some ways, and they balance each other when we see the two frames one after the other, right? So you could say that this is making much ado about nothing, or you could pick and choose the things from this sort of compositional discussion that you agree with or find more palatable, and you might apply these things. I don't think it is a superfluous conversation. I think that if your whole cinematography aesthetic is based on random arrangement, I don't know how we could recognize that as a skillful creative response, because you're really not working for your compositions. You're simply taking what you get and responding to it. if you plan what the audience sees, then you control what they know. If you control what they know, then you control the message. And if you want to make sure the message is heard loud and clear, then you're going to use every possible means at your disposal to make that point glaringly obvious to your audience, visually, uh, performatively, and through expository dialogue. Types of shots we talked about: the long shot, the extra long shot, the medium, the close up, the extreme close up, and the insert or the cutaway. Okay. In your first project, a lot of you got confused between an insert and an extreme close up. So I tried to give you a rule of thumb, which is an insert is typically an inanimate object, like a close up of a cell phone. You know, who's calling on the phone, right? Or what time is it? Close up of the watch face, right? An extreme close up of somebody's face is an ECU. It's an extreme close up, right? It's usually just the eyes, inside, somehow inside the nose or just under the nostril, all of the eye, right? A big close up, just the face, cropped right under the chin and right at the forehead, probably giving what we call a haircut, like you see here, right? This is what we call a choker when the bottom frame line is running through the Adam's apple, somewhere in the neck region. All right, a choker. Bottom frame line is here, haircut on the top of the frame line. That's a big close up or a choker. So a relaxed close up or a standard close up is going to be out here somewhere, like where I am on my little thumbnail on Zoom, right? 2 buttons for the bottom crop and 2 fingers over the hair, right? Or sometimes 3, right? That's a standard close up. If I get a little closer, right, this could be a choker right in here. This is certainly a big close up. And of course, if I got any closer, it'd be an ECU, right? A loose close up might be 3 buttons on the shirt and 3 fingers of headroom, right? Way out here on the pectoral muscles, right? We also call this, in our crude movie slang, we call this shot 2 T's, right? Right here at the chest and with a little bit of headroom. So it's a loose close up, okay? If we get any further out, we start getting into the nebulous region of the medium shot. The medium shot usually cropped at the waist and has 1 or 2 fingers of headroom above the head. A medium shot. Headroom, 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 headroom. How much headroom? As little as possible. Why do we need headroom? We don't need headroom. It's a trick question, right? So look at this wide shot of Atticus arguing in front of the gallery towards the judge in the courtroom, right? Is his head in the middle of the frame way down here and we have a whole bunch of ceiling detail that we don't need to know? No, he's been cropped with just a little bit of headroom, almost full length. So this is really arguably, it's more than a cowboy. A cowboy would be cropped mid-thigh. So it's cutting him at the knee, really. And we see a lot of other people in full body. So this is a long shot by definition. And he's making his case in front of the judge, in front of the gallery in the courtroom. But he sure as heck doesn't have a ton of headroom here. He doesn't need it. There's nothing going on above Atticus's head that we need to know. We need to hear him speak. We need to see him gesture. We need to see the man he's defending, the people that he is appealing to, and on the reverse, we see the judge at the podium. These are important details. Anything above his head is superfluous and should be eliminated. There's not a lot of headroom here either. He's embracing his daughter after a long day of being away at work. He comes home and he's embracing his daughter and explaining to her why he's working these long hours to defend this man, because it's right. It's the right thing to do. And it's costing us in our personal relationship, but you wouldn't respect me if I didn't do everything that I could to help an innocent man go free. So all of that is happening in this exchange, in this medium shot, cropped at his waist with very little headroom, 1 or 2 fingers, right? And then the close-up is the reverse shot on the daughter, understanding what's being told to her. The father is teaching her a lesson and she is responding with consideration and thought about what he has had to say. This performative frame is explaining a lot about this little girl and how she is growing up very quickly in, in context to a harsh reality. And she's responding with cognizance and with sincerity. And we see that through her facial performance. So we want to see that in a close-up. We don't want to see her understanding in a wide shot because the detail would be lost in a frame full of other competitive detail. We want to see critical performance in a close-up. We want to see information in a medium shot that involves a certain amount of dialogue, but critical dialogue should be here. Less critical dialogue and, specific action in a medium shot. And then where are we and who's involved in a wide shot, right? That's what the wide shots are for. Tell us where we are, tell us the geography, tell us who's involved, and then get us in closer so we can find out what's going on. Very rarely are we going to get the whole story in a wide frame. Why? Because all the detail is pushed away from us and it's really, really small and tends to have the same weight with everything else competing in the frame. The only way we know that one thing is important from another thing in a wide frame is to cut away to a closer shot or an even closer shot where the audience is given the most important information in a more intimate frame. Okay, does that make sense? I'll assume so, even though I see a lot of blank looks. So then what's bad framing? Well, bad framing would be framing that's not conforming to these compositional rules that I'm telling you. Okay. The bottom two frames are a little easier than the frame at the top. So let's start with the frame in the lower left. What do you suppose the problem is with that framing?
I think the important part of it is supposed to be the guy, and he's taking up such a small bit of room, and he's not even in any important thirds that he should be. If he's supposed to be important, he should be taking up more.
Okay, if it's a shot about the guy, if it's a movie about the guy, maybe he's hitchhiking. Why is he so small in the frame? The movie's about him and what he's doing. Get us in there, find out what's going on. If it's Twister and we're going to add a CG element of a tornado in the background that's about to destroy his town, and he's hitchhiking a ride on the highway trying to get away from the tornado before it destroys everything, then we might say, okay, there's some justification for this. But this sky is blown out. There's no detail there. The background is very nondescript, so there's really nothing back there that says story to me. I don't see the lines of convergence leading to the horizon because he's in the way. And I see this sort of half composed individual cropped at the waist inexplicably with his head right in the middle of the frame. This is not good compositional exposition. This is lazy composition. Okay. There's nothing to see up here. This is what we call negative space. There's no detail at all because not only is it sky with no information, but it's overexposed, blown out sky. There's not even clouds to look at. So why do we have all this ugly negative space up here? There's no reason for it, right? Frame that out, tilt the camera down, get more of the guy in the shot, and then maybe get closer to him so we can see some facial performance here. Maybe he's going to deliver a line of dialogue to somebody who drives by in a car. We want to see it. We don't want to see it in a wide shot. It's a waste. What about this shot over here?
Her head's cut off.
Her head yeah. The haircut's probably a party foul, in this kind of framing. Okay, the medium would be cut at the waist, but they've included the thigh and the knee because she's sitting down. Okay, I mean, I would allow that. They're including the hands in the composition. Okay, fine. They cropped her very aggressively through the forehead, right? That's pretty aggressive, right? So if the message was somehow in her hands and the way she's wringing her hands, making a point. Maybe that was something the camera operator thought was important, but to make that choice at the expense of cropping her through the forehead, I think was an error. She is on the left 1/3. Her bosom is in the middle of the left 1/3, which psychologically might draw the attention to an area that we never intended to, right? So all the guys who are supposed to be listening to her talk about some legal precedent and see the stress in her hands about how she's frustrated about winning her case is all lost because the guys in the audience are all looking here because it was put on the left 1/3 in the middle of the frame. And we lost part of the audience by accident. I'm also not sure what any of this junk is in the background and why it had to be there, right? If they were boxes full of legal files that were supporting her argument in court the next day, that might make sense, but we don't know because they're just nondescript boxes. So unless the dialogue somehow refers to this or somebody makes a gesture over here to explain why this junk is all here, I'm asking the question, why did we frame this in such a way that we cut the forehead off of our hero, put the wrong detail in the wrong point of focus, and gave valuable framing real estate to detail that does not contribute to the story? So this whole frame is kind of a dumpster fire. Okay. So, but now we're up here. We've got a pretty young lady. She's Rembrandt lit. She's got happy little bokeh in the background. Why do I have a problem with this frame?
Probably because she's directly in the middle of it.
What does that speak to your sensibility if you put somebody in the middle of the frame like that?
I just don't know why they have to be there, I guess.
Well, where did Newton Thomas Siegel put Ryan Gosling?
In the left thirds.
And he put him there to indicate action, intention, right? This frame is kinetic. We know Ryan is in the left of frame looking left. He's clearly moving left and he's moving into a situation. This frame is dynamic. It has energy, kinetic energy stored in it, potential energy, right? This frame is static. A person that is centered in the frame has no energy. The only clue we have to where she might go next would be if she was looking left or right, but she's kind of on close examination looking right into the camera. So I have no idea where she's going. Psychologically, if that was the message I was trying to give to my audience, I might be successful. If I want the audience to feel like this is a rudderless person who has no idea where they're going, I might put him in the middle like that, looking straight into the lens, but that kind of also lifts the veil. We try not to have actors look right into the lens because that would seem to indicate that the actor is directly addressing the audience, which lifts the veil of cinema and takes us out of it, suspends our disbelief. It breaks the suspension of disbelief, and it reminds us all we're watching a movie, which is like a bad thing that we don't want to do unless that happens to be part of our overall storytelling plan, is to have one character be a narrator that pauses to inform the audience, like House of Cards or Mr. Robot, which I'm going to show you next, and a couple of other types of movies. Sometimes Wes Anderson does it. But that's part of their style. They do it in every movie. And so we kind of come to expect that from a character in one of those movies by one of those directors. But in this case, I don't know who the director is. I don't know what the story is. All I have is the information I'm given, which is in the frame. Young woman looking straight into the lens, centered in the frame. I wouldn't put her there. I'd put her either left or right and have her look through the frame, long frame, so that it's hopeful. Or I might have her looking out of the frame and lower and out of frame, short framed, which might indicate, sad or negative connotation, right? But putting her right in the middle, I got no clue. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this. So this leaves me feeling very insecure, and therefore I'm not enjoying my visual experience. Over here, I'm anxious because I've got all this negative space that's sort of not contributing, pushing my actor out of the frame by accident. And over here, I'm just confused, right? So to me, none of these shots equals good composition. It equals bad composition and framing choices that could have been fixed by the operator, the DP, or the director, or all three. Types of angles. Okay, so within the context of wide, medium, and close-up, we also have the notions of looking up at a subject, looking down at a subject, okay, or having a high point of view looking into a scene, or looking up into a scene or up into a shot, and what the connotations are there psychologically. So a low angle shot from below a character gives the audience a sense of that character's power. If we're looking up in this shot of Spider-Man, in his moment where he realizes that his situation is not a curse but a blessing in disguise, in that moment of realization is revealed his power, right? For the first time, Spider-Man realizes, or Peter Parker realizes, that he could use his power for good, right? And that's what's happening in this moment. Hey, I can be a good guy with this power. It's not a curse. It's not a pain in the butt. It's actually a superpower if I learn how to master it. Over here, we got a different situation. Over here, we've got, and it's a little bit confusing to me if this is Sunset Boulevard or if it is gosh, what's the other one? Again, my brain is not working here. This is a lawyer convincing Rosebud, what's his name, to stop being a recluse and come out and explain to everybody what's going on and what he's how he feels, right? The lawyer is appealing to the character further up the staircase to do something to help us as an audience understand what's going on, right? He's in an inferior position looking up at somebody appealing for something to be done, right? So he's in a lesser power position because we're up higher than him, looking down at him. He's looking up past us to Charles Foster Kane, saying, "Why are you being such an idiot?" or whatever he's saying, right? So it's an inferior position when we look down at a character and they are looking up past the camera. Okay. Peter Parker's looking down past the camera. He's looking down on us. If the camera is the audience, he's looking down at us from a position of power and clarity. We're looking down at him and he's in a position of inferiority and powerlessness. See? So, ultimate guide to camera angles. Let's see what this is. This is going to talk about different framing solutions, long shots, close-up shots, medium shots, what they mean, and the arrangement of elements in a frame. So let's take a look at what Studio Binder is selling us today.
Films are made up of sequences. Sequences are made of scenes. And scenes are made up of shots. In the previous episode of this series, we went over how to frame your subjects, to isolate individuals, or create relationships. But as shot size and framing are decided, you'll need to consider camera height. Specifically, the angle of the camera. This is episode 3 of the shot list. Camera angles. If shot size and framing are used to isolate what we are looking at, camera angles are all about how we are meant to perceive them. That adds yet another layer of meaning to every camera shot. We'll be looking at 9 different types of camera angles. As we cover each camera angle and technique, we'll be filling out a shot list using Studio Binder that you can download and reference. Now, let's begin with our first camera angle, the low angle. Any shot that finds itself below a subject's eye line, looking up at them, is a low angle shot. Low angle shots are typically used to make a subject look more powerful, perfect for heroes and villains alike. The degree can be subtle or extreme. Low angles are not confined to human subjects like in 2001, but the effect is the same. Let's look at the scene.
Man, that lousy Mufasa. Man, I hate lions. So pushy and hairy. And man, are they ugly.
Oh, surely we lions that bad?
Oh, Scars, just you.
Consider this low-angle shot of Scar. Everything about this shot spells villainy. The color, the smoke, the darkness, the expression. But it is the low angle that brings it all together. For more on the low angle shot, check the description for our video where we break down how to use a low angle in more detail. Up next, a complementary angle often paired with the low angle, the high angle shot. While low angle shots can pump a character up, high angle shots can beat them down.
You will rise from the ashes!
High and low angle shots are often paired in the same scene to heighten the imbalance of power between subjects. High angles are typically used to diminish a character, making them appear weak or vulnerable. An extreme variation of the high angle is the aerial shot, typically used to establish environments, cities, landscapes, or to present characters moving through a larger world.
Star Warrior 3 headed northeast.
What, did you stop for drive-through?
For a rather extreme example of a high-angle shot, we look to the Avengers. A powerful hero needs a powerful villain. And what better way to challenge our muscle-bound protagonists than a threat that dwarfs them? In the description, you'll find a link to our high-angle video essay where we break down how to use this towering shot to convey narrative or character details and elicit a viewer's emotional response. When high angles approach 90 degrees above the subject, they become the overhead shot. An overhead shot, also known as a bird's eye view or a God's eye view, finds the camera directly above the subject, shooting straight down. Overhead shots are great for showcasing complex movements, and they could suggest a connection to the divine, or to capture the horrific details of a crime scene. Consider this moment from The Master. Freddy lays above his fellow sailors, most likely drunk and unconscious, but the shot is presented without context. All we see is a character who is disconnected, in more ways than one. Now, an angle that puts us off balance. The Dutch angle. The Dutch angle shot skews the horizontal axis of the frame for an off-kilter image that produces a variety of effects. A Dutch angle can create a sense of unease, mania.
Back, Jim, back. If you don't buy things, toilet paper, new cars, computerized blenders, electrically operated sexual devices, serial systems with brain...
Terror or bewilderment.
You're worried about me. Why?
A Dutch angle can also be used to magnify tension. In Do the Right Thing, director Spike Lee uses Dutch angles to intensify the vitriol between embittered characters.
Get that jungle music off! We ain't enough! Why ain't gonna be about jungle music? Why ain't gonna be about Africa?
As the racial tensions rise to a boiling point, so does the angle of the tilt. But there are nuances to properly set up a Dutch angle for maximum impact. Check the description to our video essay where we break down Brian De Palma's Dutch angle from this scene in Mission Impossible.
You want to shake hands with the devil? That's fine with me. I just want to make sure that you do it in hell.
Moving on. The eye level shot. Shooting an eye level is perhaps the most commonly used camera height. For the audience, it is the most natural height to regard a character. An eye level shot doesn't impose judgment on a character in the way a high or low angle shot does. But that doesn't mean it can't be engaging or dynamic.
An IPO is an initial public offering. It's the first time a stock is offered for sale to the general population.
In The Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort delivers this monologue straight into the camera at eye level.
Look, I know you're not following what I'm saying anyway, right? That's okay. That doesn't matter. The real question is this. Was all this legal? Absolutely not.
The eye level shot, along with breaking the fourth wall, creates an instant connection to Jordan and his scheme.
Oh!
For more on the fourth wall, check the description for a video essay on how it can be used to create an instant rapport with your characters. Now, if we drop just a little below the eyes, we land at our next camera height, the shoulder level shot. If eye level is the most common and neutral shot height, then shoulder level is the runner-up. The lower position gives the illusion of a slightly low-angle shot without its heavier connotations. Shoulder level shots are often used during conversations and frequently become an over-the-shoulder shot, or OTS. They can also emphasize a height difference, which translates visually to a power difference.
Whoa! Damn!
In a romantic situation, the barely upturned eyeline can enhance an affectionate glance. In our OTS video, we break down this scene from Westworld.
In the beginning, I imagined things would be perfectly balanced.
To illustrate how camera placement can connect or disconnect your characters. On to our next camera angle. The hip level shot. The hip level shot can be found in every genre, but it makes its home in the Western, often in conjunction with a cowboy shot, which we covered in episode 1, Shot Size. The principal reason for this is because gun holsters rest at hip height. Let's look at Sergio Leone's The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Leone jumps between various hip-level holster shots and eye-level extreme close-ups to create an iconic sequence that is as exciting as it is tense. Just below the hips is our next camera height, the knee level shot. A knee level shot, of course, sees the camera placed at a subject's knee height. Knee-high shots often find themselves doubling as low angles.
But this one is a madman.
A knee level shot can be a great way to track through an environment following a character. And can be a good way to showcase character details that might be missed in a wider shot. Like in this moment from Forrest Gump. This perfectly chosen knee-level shot gives us a front row seat to his personal triumph. Run, Forrest, run. Now, our final category, the ground level shot. A ground level shot finds the camera placed all the way down on the ground, or sometimes even slightly below ground. Ground level shots often double as low angles if there is any degree of upward tilt. Shooting from ground level can be a stylish way to track a character's movement through a scene, or to capture details within the setting. The Shining features one of the most iconic ground level shots of all time. The shot is full of dynamic movement as we track behind Danny's tricycle. The iconic carpet pattern and engrossing sound design keep us intrigued by this lengthy shot. It's haunting, even before we get to room 237. So when you sit down to create your shot list, consider how the camera angle or height affects the messaging. Be creative with your choices. Don't just settle for what's expected. And don't worry about remembering all of these camera angles.
All right, so those angles are all extreme examples of framing. Okay, if I take you over to my alternate lecture here, and I show you some traditionally framed shots from some films that you might recognize, and we keep in mind this basic set of shots, more traditionally, especially from your assignment: extreme long shot, medium long, medium, head and shoulder shot, 2Ts. That's the loose close-up, the big close-up, extreme close-up. And then I've added 2-shot here, which involves 2 characters in the same frame, and then a medium 2-shot, which is a looser version of number 9. And then I start showing you some examples from your contemporary cinema. And I've picked Marvel here for those of you who feel underrepresented by the Marvel movies in my lectures. Here's an example of an ELS, right? So what are we learning in this shot? Well, something devastating has happened. Who does it involve? It involves Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. And we see them clearly in the frame, head to toe, represented as their iconic selves, out in the woods at night. So this is something that has happened unexpectedly. It's very devastating, and they have to figure out what it is. Okay. Extreme long shot. We could also call this an establishing shot. The top of the scene, we find our characters out in the woods investigating some kind of natural accident, right? It's setting up a lot of dialogue, a lot of exchange. There's going to be a 3-way conversation here, and we're going to cover it in smaller, narrower lenses, or longer lenses, you might say, to get the critical dialogue and find out what's happening. The characters are going to reveal information to us in tighter frames to explain what's going on, right? But first we got to find out, where are they, who's involved, and what basically is happening. Here's another one. This is a long shot. So in a long shot, we see more of our characters than we do in the ELS. The ELS is showing us head to toe and then some. Extra headroom, extra room on the ground in an ELS. But in a long shot, it's head to toe and not much more. Okay? So if you see a character from head to toe within the frame and not much more above or below, it's a long shot. Okay? And I would go so far to say, even in a seated position, if you see the person head to toe, it's a long shot. Okay. Even though some of you seem to indicate that it felt like a medium to see your character sitting down, but to see them head to toe. And I don't agree with that. I think if you see them head to toe, it's technically a long shot. So then what's a medium shot? Well, a medium shot can happen anywhere from the cowboy, which is mid-thigh, up to the head with a little bit of headroom. This is a loose medium shot, okay? Or you might call it a medium long shot, okay? But it's coming out of the medium framing category, okay? And then a traditional medium is cropped at the belt buckle with very little headroom, 1 or 2 fingers. Here's a standard medium shot. Now, Superman is centered in the frame in this shot. You know, it's not a great idea. He should have been slightly off center, right? Philosophically speaking, the person that is in the center of the frame is either absolutely amoral and rudderless, or they are perfect in every way. And since Superman is neither one of those things, I wouldn't put him in the middle of the frame, right? I would have put him slightly left of frame, looking slightly right of the lens, perhaps, or slightly right of frame, looking slightly left of the lens. Create a little bit of kinetic positioning, especially given that Superman seems pensive here and about to act on an impulse. If he's about to act on an impulse, we should give him a little room to move. Since his cape is billowing to the left, I would have framed him on the left and look frame right, giving him the room to start flying away through frame right and release all that potential energy within the framing composition. You see what I'm doing? I wouldn't have put him in the middle of the frame. Okay. This is what I'm calling a 2-shot. Okay. And this is what we call a split 2-shot. So if 2 characters are in the frame occupying equal space, one on the right, 1/3, one on the left, 1/3, they're turned profile to the camera. They're looking at each other on the same eye line from equally weighted points in the composition. And we're cutting them at the second or third button. This is a split 2. This is a medium 2-shot, and it's a split 2 because they're looking profile. The frame is split in half, and each one is looking at the other symmetrically. Okay, this is a very specific kind of framing. This is confrontational framing, right? So this is this Black Panther? These guys are about to square off, right? About something. They're on equal footing at the moment until one prevails over the other. Everybody in the background is a spectator. They're out of focus because they're not important. It's all about these 2 guys in this moment right here. This is, well, it's a close-up of the Mad Hatter, right? This is Johnny Depp, but it's cropped at what would be the Windsor knot on a necktie. So we call this a necktie close-up. It's not quite a choker. A choker would have come up about here. It's maybe at that top button of a dress shirt, but since we're not quite sure and we have rather the neck dress right here, the tie or the bandana, whatever he's wearing, cut at the knot, we're going to call this a necktie close-up. A little bit of haircut and cut at the Windsor knot, necktie close-up. This is more or less a standard close-up. Now, they've opted to frame a little bit lower. They're going for 2 or 3 buttons here on a dress shirt, and they've given her a haircut. But it's not too aggressive, right? It's not through the middle of the forehead like that other example in the other lecture. She's got a little bit of a haircut. This is, I guess, what, Captain Marvel? And we see a little bit more of the armor. So we're seeing a little bit more of her outfit, right? And sacrificing a little bit of the top of the head, which we kind of can take for granted. We know what that is, you know. It's just the part in the hair. There's nothing else important there to see. It's not like she's wearing a tiara or a crown or anything like that. So they gave her a little bit of a haircut in lieu of a little bit more detail here, right? Showing that she's dressed and ready for anything. And we got a big close-up. This is from Iron Man, right? So we got a big close-up inside the helmet. So this is what the audience sees of Iron Man when he's inside of his armor doing stuff, right? And so we're supposed to see that he's got all these readouts and all this information that he's thinking about. This is the diagnostic of the creature that they're fighting and everything, and we see the reflections in the eyes and all that. But it's cut right under the chin, and he's got a haircut. Big close up. We see the full nose, the mouth, and the chin. It's not just the eyes. So this is a big close up. You might also maybe call it a choker, since it's kind of technically cutting him through the neck, right? As opposed to this kind of a choker, which is a little bit more clearly defined, right? You know, before he starts yelling like that and pulling on his fingers, it's very clear that this has been framed to cut him right through the neck, and it's the top of the frame is sitting right on top of his head. So this is a classic choker right here. Okay, so this is a big close-up, and this is a choker. So that means that this is an extreme close-up. Somewhere on the bridge of the nose is the bottom frame, cropping through the nose, cropping through the forehead, and the only real detail we get is the eyes. This is a big close-up. It's part of the close-up series that we do on an actor. If it's a watch, it's not an extreme close-up, it's an insert, because it's something that the actor is looking at. So what we might do is we might frame up an ECU. Hey, what time is it? And then the next shot is an insert of the watch face revealing the time of day. One's an ECU and one's an insert, and they're not the same thing. So think about inserts as inanimate objects, phones, watches, pocket knife, cigar cutter, stuff that we see, we have the benefit of seeing from an angle that is for the audience. So the filmmaker is explaining what the actor is doing with their hands. If we want to see how the actor is about to respond in a gunfight or in a Marvel superhero fight, and it's the penultimate moment where the hero decides to spring into action, we might do it in an ECU where we get the expressive performance of the eyes telling us the whole story, right? But this is a close-up for an actor, a form of a close-up, and a watch face is an insert, and they're not the same thing. Okay.
A quick question about the ECU.
Yeah.
So in an ECU, obviously, it's going to focus mainly on the eyes, so you get that really deep inner emotion coming out to, you know, sell that.
Yeah.
Is that more on the side of the obviously the actor has to perform correctly in order for it to read to the audience what, you know,
Yeah.
they want, but is that mostly on the actor's performance because it's so close? Would something like the dilation of their eyes or something, would that be affected by set lighting to sort of help them with that performance if they're trying to, you know, really tell something with the eyes? Is there something that the, you know, the director could do to aid the performance on the micro scale?
Usually when we do an ECU, like this is one of the Marvel guys, I guess. So this is Michael Fassbender. I forget what his character's name is, but
Magneto.
Magneto, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So on this close-up, I mean, the scene is day exterior, right? And so I guess he's like watching a bunch of missiles coming at them or something that's been fired at them, and they're about to be blown up. And he's looking and I guess deciding a course of action. But day exterior lighting unaffected might have been pretty harsh on a close-up like this. There's a lot of detail. We got a little bit of blood happening here, which indicates that he's been injured in the fight. He's a little bit bloodshot, meaning he's stressed out and probably hasn't had a lot of sleep since the trouble began. We see a little bit of the age in his face and the drawn out nature of the bags under his eyes. He's a stressed out dude, right? But all of that detail could be kind of washed out and harsh if we allowed the open, broad sunlight to invade this shot. So on a shot like this, I'm sure they silked up and softened all of the available light that was hitting him in the eyes so that we could get a nice, relaxed, but properly exposed and well-balanced, low contrast ECU to reveal the meaningful performance he's going to give us in his gaze, right? So yeah, when we go to close-ups, any one of these close-ups where we're getting nice and close to the actor, and we're going to see them in relative intimate proximity with the lens, we're going to do what we call sweetening up a close-up. The lighting is almost always sweetened in a close-up because the levels of contrast and range of brightness that we allow ourselves in a wide shot would be far too harsh in a close-up. So you see how kind of spicy the edge light is on Thor back here, and how his hair in a close-up, if this was bigger in the frame and it was that bright with that level of contrast, it would make his hair look overexposed, and we wouldn't want that. It wouldn't look right. Likewise, the reflections on Iron Man's helmet would be obnoxious in a close-up. We would definitely want to tone those down, and usually we do that with diffusion, so that we introduce softening gel into the source that's hitting our subject, but out of frame where you can't see it, so that the light becomes softer, a little bit more delicate in the way that it wraps around the subject's face. The contrast is lowered, so the transition from highlight to shadow is softer and less perceptible. But in the wide shot, if we had soft lighting like that in the wide shot, it would be harder to pick these guys out against their background because the contrast would be too low. Okay, so in a wide shot like this, especially with a dark background, these hot, spicy edges, I call them, are necessary in order to provide separation. So we can see those characters quickly and identify them quickly in a wide shot. But to do that up here somewhere would be probably a little heavy-handed, right? You see how he's got an edge light on him back here, but it's not crispy like it was on Thor over here, or Iron Man, or Captain America. It's much more controlled over here. This was diffused. Okay, the key light on our antagonist is diffused so that it won't compete with or damage the detail of this close-up that is going to reveal all this performance in his face, right? And likewise up in here, this key light has been softened up significantly to give us all this nice cheekbone and jawline definition, but without those deep inky shadows you'd get from a Caravaggio painting, right? So this is a soft, sweetened close-up. So is this. This is clearly, with this kind of harsh lighting happening in the background, why isn't her hair blowing up with edge light? Why? Because it was softened for her close-up. In the wide shot where it needed to be contrasting, I'm sure it was, but in the close-up where we're looking at her and trying to feel, empathy for Captain Marvel and her situation, we want to soften up the lighting as well so that the image isn't competing with the message, right? And it would be irresponsible, I think, to take somebody this beautiful and just beat them up with bad lighting. It's just not done. Okay. In here, it's a little bit more interactive, and it's a guy. So there is a chauvinism, like it or not, in Hollywood. You know, you're talking about a female lead. We're not going to beat them up with lighting unless it's absolutely necessary, because at the end of the day, they're a product and they're supposed to be favorable in the audience's eye. And to beat somebody up with a lot of brutal contrasty lighting that's not necessary to the story is considered a no-no, right? But on the other hand, guys in the Hollywood ecosystem, tend to be chiseled and masculine and edgy. And so you can do what we call beat them up with light, because it doesn't really matter. And sometimes the harsher the light, the better on some of these guys. It just makes them look even more and more masculine and more rugged to have contrast and shadow against highlight and all of this stuff. So in a shot like this of a big close-up of Iron Man, it's all about the interactive special effects more than anything else. You know, if you're focused on whether or not he looks pretty in the helmet, you're getting the wrong message. It's all about all of this CG and stuff that's taking place. The only reason we're inside the helmet at all is so that we get the benefit of knowing that Iron Man's got some high tech going on inside that helmet that's helping him manage situations. And this is the information we're supposed to be getting, right? In this shot right here, yes, it's a guy, and yes, it's been softened up. You can tell. Look how subtle the transition is from highlight to shadow. It's outside. You can see hints of the dapple in the background where the hard light is still hitting the background for contrast, because especially when it goes out of focus like this, contrast is the only thing that manages to hold any detail, right? The actual detail of twigs and branches and crap on the ground has been softened up to separate it from the foreground where this important thing is happening. He's trying to pull the jewels out of his glove, I guess, right? So the contrast in the lighting back there is preserved to create difference in contrast while the image is out of focus in the background. And then the foreground has been softened up so that the details in the face are a little bit more tolerant of some random action, right? So one of the problems you have on a really tight frame and a really tight close-up is the actor's going to be thrashing around and acting, and you don't want them to dip out of frame accidentally and then have to reacquire them. Too much of that is going to feel like sloppy operating. A little bit of it you can get away with, and you can call it kinetic energy of a fight. A lot of it is bad operating, right? So you're trying to keep this person in frame, and if they're moving a lot, very sort of focused and contained lighting can limit the amount of movement that a character can make within a lighting scheme. So broader, softer light allows for a greater range of movement for the actor. So if this is an action sequence where this guy is thrashing this person around while he tries to pull his glove off, you might soften that lighting so that you don't dip in and out of shadow or highlight too radically while you're trying to follow that action with a tight lens. So we'll sweeten up a close-up like this for that reason, not because he needs to look kinder or softer or more feminine. He's a male superhero. Beat him up, except it's a tight lens on some really radical action, and the softer light will help us with that movement a little bit better. Okay, does that make sense? And so I had some alternate angles from this lecture to talk about. So here's a long shot. This is Bond on the roof of the buildings in, where is he? I think he's in, well, I don't know where he is, but I think this is the beginning of Skyfall.
London.
And so, yeah, is that Big Ben back there? Can't tell.
Yeah, that's Ben in the Parliament there, yeah.
So he's looking down on the streets, and he has this sort of enigmatic stature, but he's making some tough decisions right now about should he continue. He's getting old and blah, blah, blah. And so we see him in a long shot against the backdrop of his world, right? And he's high, he's above the world. So he is bigger than life, right? He's Bond, man. He's not an average guy on the street. He's licensed to kill, MI5 007. So we see him in a way that, we don't see normal people. He's on the roof looking over the city. On the same token, here is, this is a dinner scene. So this is an establishing shot or a master. Okay. And we're at everybody's eye level here. They're all sitting down, right? We're not standing above them, looking down at them as they eat. We're at their eye level as though we might be taking a seat at that table too at any moment, right? And did you notice in the studio binder video, in the beginning of that video where they're showing the two hyenas and they're talking back and forth, and they're kind of active, they're kind of bouncing around in the frame, and Scar has his monologue going on in the background. And did you notice how the camera, even in an animated cartoon, when the hyenas are down here in the frame, the camera was at their level, and when they kind of sat up and got animated, the camera moved up with them. Did you notice that? And then settled back down with them when they went back down in the frame. The camera went up with them and down with them to stay at the eye level of the two hyenas. And that's in an animated film. So that shows you that animators making cartoons are still paying attention to camera movement the way we would in a real scenario. So here's this young lady, right? She's going to get up from the table. Well, she's sitting down, we're at everybody's eye level. But if the dolly pushed in for this moment of dialogue and reveal, and she stands up, the dolly's going to boom up to match her eye level, because we're going to go from the lower seated position, everybody at the table, to the person who has something important to say, who's going to stand up in the frame, and then we're going to make the dolly rise up at the same moment. Okay. This is how the camera immerses the audience, stays equal to the actors by staying at their eye line and following them as they make moves and reveal dialogue. I hesitate to get into a conversation about the 180-degree rule because I can save that for cinematography too, but I have a few more frames here to show you that fall into the classic descriptions of close-ups and mediums and stuff. One of them is the low angle looking up at Captain America. We call this a heroic single, right? So it's a loose close-up. It's happening under the pectoral muscles in the middle of the stomach. It's not a medium because his waist is way down here, right? It's not a traditional close-up because 2 buttons is way up here and we're below his eye line. We're not at the eye line. Notice over here on Captain Marvel, we are on her eye line for her close-up. We're looking Captain Marvel right in the eye as an equal here in her close-up. But here, Captain America is in a heroic single. Single meaning there's nobody else in the frame with him. It's looser than a close-up, but it's not a medium, and we're in an inferior position looking at a superior character. The superior character is our hero. This is a heroic single, okay? It's also a close-up. It's a loose close-up, but it's a certain kind of loose close-up because this could technically be considered a loose close-up because it's happening at the 3rd button, not the 2nd button, regardless of the haircut. This could be construed as a loose close-up, but it's not heroic because we're looking straight into her eyes. Here, we're looking up at him. Looking up signifies superiority. Heroic single. Here's another 2 shot, a split 2. In the old days, we call this the 7-10 split. I don't know if any of you bowl, but there's a situation where you can throw the ball down the alley and knock down everything but the 7-pin and the 10-pin. They're the 2 pins furthest away from each other in the back row of bowling pins. And when you get 2 characters standing on the left and right rule of thirds framing lines like that, and you see them in a medium or wider, we call that the 7-10 split, but really it's just a wide 2 shot. And a split 2 would be if these 2 guys turned to each other and looked at each other directly, turning profile to camera. All right. So back here, that was a split 2. They're looking profile to camera, right? So over here, it's not technically a split 2 unless they turn to each other and say something. Right. So we'll say, give it the director might say, back out of the close up on Captain America and give me a 7-10 split on Cap and Thor. And the cinematographer will ask for the dolly to pull back and recompose the frame in a 2 shot where both of these guys are on the left and right frame line or crop guide. Right. Here's another split 2 shot. And this is in close up. So the one from Black Panther was in loose close-ups or medium singles or medium 2 shot. And this is a close-up split 2 shot. Batman and Bane, I guess is his name, right? And it's a confrontation shot. Again, these 2 guys are about to go at it. These guys are not standing profile and confronting each other because they're on the same team. These guys are not on the same team. They're confronting each other. So they're turned in profile to camera and they're eyeballing each other to see who's going to make the first move, right? Here's another type of a 2 shot. This is kind of like what we led the conversation with today, right? John DeBoerman was talking about the reflected single of the girl in the car. Here's a 2 shot of Clarice and what's his name? Hannibal Lecter in The Silence of the Lambs. Hannibal's out of focus while Clarice delivers her dialogue and her facial performance in a big close-up, a choker, right? And then what we're going to do is she's going to answer his question, and then we're going to throw the focus to Tony's reflection in the glass for his response. So it's technically a two-shot because they're both in the frame. He's a reflection and she's in reality. But it's still a two-shot. And then here's one of those odd angles. So this is from Reservoir Dogs. So we're looking up at Harvey Keitel and Steve Buscemi and Michael Madsen, right? And there's a body in the trunk. There's somebody in the trunk that they're going to, they've got a hostage, right? And they're going to decide how to manage the situation. So we're actually, the camera is now the point of view of the person in the trunk, and the trunk is going to open and reveal this three shot of the three gang members of the gang, right? And it's part of how we see this world and how we see these characters reveal themselves and their behaviors, right? They open the trunk and we get the POV of these three guys. So shooting for the edit is a concept that that we employ a lot as cinematographers. We're thinking about how the editor is going to look at all this footage we're taking and how they might want to assemble it, right? Because you can do shot, counter shot, you can do wide, medium, tight, and then turn around for reverses, wide, medium, tight. You can alternate between the sizes, intercut between the sizes, close up, medium, medium, wide, wide, and go back up and down through the scales. You can go back and forth on one size, like some of these folks do. Tarantino does that a lot, shot, counter shot. And it's all about the dialogue and the response, and it's done in the same frames on both people. But whatever the shot design and sequence design is, whatever the shot order is, when you select a frame in your coverage of a scene, most of the time you're doing it and you're ever mindful of how the editor might assemble all these different pieces. So when you're creating shots for a scene, then one of the worst things you can do is create a bunch of shots that all basically look the same. Because when you start trying to cut those together in an edit, they won't flow well because there will be too much what we call jump cutting. One size to the same size in the opposite angle is a little bit of a jump cut. If you do that too much, it becomes obvious. The cadence of the edit becomes obvious to the audience, and it can become a little monotonous. So we vary the sizes so that we're varying the point of view that we see or that we give to the audience. And as important information is revealed, we'll get closer and we'll widen out as we need to know geography. And then we'll cut wide to tight, tight to wide sequentially. So we gradually go narrower and narrower and narrower to tight, wider and wider and wider to establish, and back and forth through that sort of cadence. And coverage is all about picking those shots, picking those sizes, and assembling the pieces for an editor who will then gather them and put them together in the edit. And hopefully, the way the shots fit together, they will flow and reveal action and dialogue in a way that is harmonious and has a smooth story that the audience can follow, and visually the audience will find very compelling to watch. Shooting for the edit is what we call that, when we're keeping in mind the needs of the editor and making sure that we don't give them a bunch of asynchronous shots that are not harmonious when you put them all together on a timeline. Okay, it's very important to monitor what we're doing in camera and make sure that those pieces are going to be valuable to the person cutting the movie. That's why a lot of times I like to have an editor on set, at least sometimes, to give me a sense of if I'm giving them the right pieces. You know, are you gonna be able to work with these pieces? Do you want closer close-ups? Do you want looser singles? Do you want tighter singles? Do you want more singles or less singles? Do you want more wide shots? Do you, you know, how is the edit going so far? And are we giving you the right kinds of pieces? And make sure that your framing is helpful and not counterproductive to the ultimately to the edit. Okay. If it doesn't cut together, then you're not going to have a very good movie.
So, having an editor on set would be something like the role of the DIT then, where he would be able to take, you know, if assuming you're shooting digitally, you would be able to
not
cut
an editor. The DIT is not an editor.
Then what is he there for?
Well,
I mean, what's the point?
If you were paying attention when we talked about the DIT earlier in the semester, you'll remember that the DIT is working with lookup tables, working with coloring, working with copying resources and distributing them to everybody who needs them, including the editors. But the DIT is not editing anything. The DIT is co-recording with the camera. They're recording with color correction solutions sort of mapped over the raw data coming out of the camera so that the monitors on set will reflect what the images will look like, not what they're truly coming out of the camera as uncompressed files. The DIT is doing color corrective things and storage and dissemination things, not editing things. Okay. At no point are they cutting stuff together for an edit. That's the editor's domain exclusively. Okay. So anything coming out of the camera has to be usable by the editor, but unless you can get the editor there at least a few times to sort of supervise what's going on, then you have to make sure that you send the editor very careful notes in the form of camera reports and script supervisors notes, copies of all material that has been gathered by camera department, and make sure the editors have everything that they need to start cutting. But I think it's a luxury if you can get the editor to come to the set and at least, you know, for a few days, give you a sense of how things are going to cut together, you know, or what a lot of times what they'll do is, you know, we'll start shooting a feature and, you know, once upon a time in the past, the editors really wouldn't start cutting a movie until all of the material was gathered and shot by camera. But now, a lot of times for budget reasons and for other reasons, the editors will start a lot sooner. So they'll start cutting a movie almost as soon as the material starts arriving from the lab or coming in on hard drives, and they'll start doing a hot edit, we call it. They'll be editing synchronously with production so that as the new material gets shot and delivered, they're cutting it into their timeline and they're assembling the movie or the show or the music video or whatever you're doing almost in real time. And so you can get really valuable feedback that way. Like, you know, if we're not giving the editor enough close-ups and they want more close-ups, we'll find that out well before the final edit while we're still in principal photography, and we can start focusing on those things. With commercials, a lot of times I ask questions of the editor that involve future placement of CG elements within the frame. You know, if the editor can't be there, the post-production supervisor might be, or some representative of the special effects house you're dealing with. Say ILM will have a representative on set. So if you're composing a frame in a movie like Transformers, where half of the characters are CG elements and all you're really shooting is kind of reactive plates with a lot of camera movement, but there's really nothing in the frame. Maybe the kid runs through the frame a couple of times with the girl, but there's supposed to be a Megatron running through the shot. Well, he's not really there, but you got to know framing wise and pacing wise and everything else, camera movement wise, if you're doing the right thing. So a lot of times it can benefit you as a cinematographer to have the post-production supervisor there, because they know what they're going to put in that scene later in terms of CGI. And they can help you sometimes with your framing solutions or your composition solutions to make sure that you give them the best possible material to work with later. And then they'll put the elements in there. Okay. It all depends on, you know, how you're comfortable working and what kind of budget you have, whether or not, because a lot of this is luxury, you know. You can't always have an editor come to the set or a post-production supervisor be there all the time and hang out with you. That's why it's good to know what all these traditional framing solutions and these compositional solutions are about, and to use them not at random, but very deliberately when you approach a problem. Storyboards can help a lot with the communication between post and editors and special effects people and the shooting crew by giving you an idea of what the framing would be ahead of time. So you get with the director and a storyboard artist in pre-production, and you start talking about every scene in the script, and you start thinking about what shots you would want to use to assemble that scene from coverage. And the director might have some very specific ideas about whether they want a lot of coverage, very granular coverage, meaning a lot of shots of varying sizes, or do they want to stick with single shots and wide shots that go on for long periods of time, minutes even, where all the action happens within a wider frame and the camera moves through the environment. And when you need to be close, it moves in close. When you need to be wide, it backs out to wide positions, right? And so that's kind of the way Spielberg used to like to work in his classic films. Indiana Jones is a perfect example of how the camera can move from a wide master shot, and while the camera is still rolling, the dolly and camera will move into the scene and find some action to move up close on and reveal it to the audience, and then move to something else, then back out and catch a character walking through and follow them to another place, and then move in on them to see what they're doing, and then pull back out again and find another place to go, and all without cutting the camera, right? Or you can shoot all that as individual pieces and then assemble it all later, right? The approach, the style, and the way that you do that is really indicative of who you are as a director and how you like to work. A lot of times you can cut out poor portions of performance that might be in a long single movement shot, like a long Steadicam shot, but in somewhere in the sequence, the actor muffs a line, right? So if you did that whole thing in a medium frame as a Steadicam and the actor muffed a line, you might choose that moment to cut in with a close-up on that line, get a better version of it in a different size that will cut into the Steadicam shot and look like deliberate coverage, like you pause in that moment to punch in to get a tighter shot of that line of dialogue. In which case, then you might find some other places to get some similar coverage of other people's responses or reactions, or cutaways of things in the frame that you can cut to and back from, and put those into the edit to bury a problem you had in the long tracking shot. Okay, so coverage is there for a couple of different reasons. It's there to create a visual spectacle for the audience of various sizes and ways of receiving information, but it can also be a critical tool that you use so that you can trim mistakes out of certain clips and hide them in coverage, and therefore get the best possible performances out of all of your different takes. The beginning of one take is great, but the ending sucks. The ending of another one is great, but the beginning was rough and the dolly bumped or shook or something on the start, but the end of the shot was great. You can cut those two shots, cut the bad portions of those two shots away and assemble them together. But where there's an edit, the two shots might not flow well on the timeline in the editing room. So you're going to need what we call a cutaway, which is some other vision of the scene, some other point of view of the scene you can put over the top and bury that edit, we call it. And it'll just look like in the final edit that you went from one shot to a cutaway back to that other shot, and you can get the best performance out of two different clips and seamlessly tie it together with a cutaway. All right. So that's what the beauty of editing is in a little bit of disguising craft work and then using craft work to a couple of different advantages, one aesthetic and one practical. Okay. Here's your classic insert. This is from the movie Zodiac, right? In this frame, we are learning something about the messages the killer's been leaving behind after he murders somebody. This little symbol at the end of every letter, every note that he leaves behind is this little symbol. And so Robert Downey Jr. has been chasing him through the whole movie, trying to figure out who this person is, what this symbol means. And then he figures it out. He checks somebody's watch. A guy shows him a watch, and he looks at the face, checks the time, and realizes he's looking at the symbol from the killer that's been in every one of the letters left behind. And this is how he figures out who the bad guy was, from the little symbol on the watch, right? And he figures out the killer got his nickname from his watch. Okay, we only learn that in an insert like this. It's not a person's face, it's not some eyes. Robert Downey's reverse is in a different shot, and it's a big close up, and we get the physical performance of his realization. Oh my God, this is where the symbol came from, his watch, right? But we see what Robert sees, the insert of the watch. Okay. Here's another insert, right? So what's her name? Ray is summoning the force for the first time, lifting the rocks, kind of like Luke did in the Empire Strikes Back, only these are little pebbles in the room, and she's summoning the force, and the rocks are starting to levitate up off the floor. Well, in the wide shot, that detail is kind of lost and muddled into all of the background and all of the stuff in the frame. So in an insert, we show her hands trembling as she summons the force, and we see the little rocks levitating up off the floor. All right, so this is a cutaway, and if it's close enough, we would call it an insert, right? But a cutaway is usually the POV that the actor sees, or it might be a POV for the sake of the audience. Something that we couldn't make out so well in the wide shot is revealed to us in a closer frame. So this is a cutaway or an insert as well. This is a traditional one. This is a little bit wider, showing a little bit more information. Not to be confused with a POV. So this is a POV. So this is the audience giving the benefit of seeing what the character sees at the time the character sees it. So this is from somebody said this is Train Spotting, but I don't think it's Train Spotting. It is a Gaspar Noé film, Enter the Void, I believe. And this character has just gotten shot. He's hiding from the cops in a bathroom, trying to flush his drugs down the toilet. And the cops shoot him through the bathroom door because it's locked and they can't get in. And they think that he's going to try and get away out the window, and he's flushing his drugs. They shoot him. And in this moment, the character realizes he's been critically wounded and he's going to die. And the POV we see is looking down at his wound on his belly and the blood on his hands, and the drugs going down the toilet on the floor, right? This is a POV shot. The audience sees exactly what the character would see in that situation. Point of view shot, POV. Here's another POV. This is from Hardcore Henry. And the whole movie is POV. The whole movie is Hardcore Henry is an action hero, and we see his world, his conflict, and everything that he does through the point of view of what he sees with his own eyes. And so the audience, in essence, becomes Hardcore Henry as a character, and we see everything that Hardcore Henry is doing: running, jumping, fighting, okay, in this case, shooting, falling out of an airplane or a helicopter, whatever it was. And the whole movie is a sort of a sickening live action POV. If you can get through it, it's very interesting because it's kind of rare. Not very many movies have been done this way, where we don't actually see the hero. We are put in a position to see what the hero sees throughout the whole movie. Another good example of this, Diving Bell and the Butterfly, where the audience becomes the POV that the character sees through his bandages and his bindings as he is in traction in a hospital in France after having been in a really bad car accident. He's reduced to a paraplegic. He can't speak, but he can see. The doctor's coming in, the nurse is helping him with his bandages and stuff. And the whole movie is from the point of view of the patient in the hospital bed. It's designed to make the audience feel claustrophobic and anxious, and to give you some sense of what it might feel like if you were reduced to being a paraplegic who couldn't speak, and yet you were in a hospital receiving treatment for your injuries, and feeling like you're a prisoner in your own body. So The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, very interesting movie if you can check it out. Shot by Janusz Kaminski, who typically works with Steven Spielberg. So the cinematography is going to be very good. And the film is very interesting, being that it's a total POV movie. We never see the hero. We only see what the hero sees, which means that we become the hero. We become that character as the audience. Then this is the inclusive POV, or the objective POV I talked about a little bit earlier. We see what the character sees at the same time the character sees it. So we see the character seeing the thing that we also see. We see their point of view and them in the same frame at the same time. This is the king's speech. So this is King Edward, played by Colin Firth, and he is a stammerer who's had speech lessons, and he's getting out in front of the British audience for the first time, delivering his speech from the balcony at this is in London. So this is what Windsor, is it Windsor? No, it's not Windsor Castle, but it's one of those. And he's on the balcony and he's talking to the audience and he's not stuttering. And so we see the audience cheering wildly for him. They're happy that their king can speak publicly and not embarrass himself. He's proud of his moment. He's victorious, and we see everything he sees at the time he sees it. Objective point of view. This is subjective point of view, and this is objective point of view. Okay? Subjective, objective, outside of the ecosystem, inside the ecosystem, inside the world, outside the world looking in. Okay. And then here's some of those weird angles they were talking about in the Studio Binder movie. So here's what's this? I think this is Mr. Robot. Overhead. Here's an overhead. Here's a classic overhead. You guys probably seen this if you watch The Walking Dead. This is the opening shot in The Walking Dead. So The Walking Dead, what's The Walking Dead about? Zombie apocalypse, right? So right off the bat, it's like, okay, that's not a normal topic of conversation, the zombie apocalypse. So are you going to open your TV series, your monolithic story plot and your iconic TV show, you're going to open with a normal frame? The filmmakers decided, no, we're not. We're going to start the frame looking down at our hero. We don't necessarily know he's the hero when the thing opens, but he's the first thing we see, and he's a character, so we assume he might be the lead. He wakes up in a hospital, and we think it might be normal. He's got a little oxygen thing. He's on a nice white fluffy pillow. He's got a hospital gown on. You can see a little bit of an EKG monitor stuck to his chest. He's in the hospital. He's probably safe. And that's what we think when we see him wake up and gain consciousness in the hospital. Okay, he's going to sit up. The doctor's going to walk in, look at the charts. We're going to get some kind of common dialogue exchange, blah, blah, blah. And then we don't get any of that. Instead, he lies there for what seems like an indefinite period. And when he finally sits up, he starts to think that something's not right. He's been awake for several minutes. Nobody's come in to check on him. Nobody's looking at his monitors, and realizes he's regained consciousness. He gets out of bed. He walks out in the hallway, and the dystopic, surreal situation continues. There's nobody in the hospital. He's all alone. He just woke up into a world where he feels like the only guy in his reality, and there's no one in the hospital. And the hospital's trashed. And so for the next half an hour, this guy's walking through the hospital trying to find somebody, to ask somebody what's going on, to let him know he woke up. And he can't find anybody. Right? And then slowly we start getting these clues that something's not right. There's a problem here, and we're not quite sure what it is. And the audience, by virtue of the objective POV now, because we're following him walk through the hospital with his IV bottle on a rolling stand, through an objective POV, we follow what's his name? I forget his name in the show. Sheriff, right? We follow him through the hospital and we get the clues the same time he does. So he hears the weird animal sounds behind the door that's been barred closed and it's covered in handprints and blood, and he sees everything all messed up and everything screwed up, and he finds his clothes, he gets dressed, and he goes outside, and then we see, when he sees it, the zombie body clawing across the front lawn, and he's like, what the hell is going on, right? And so we learn through objective POVs everything that the sheriff learns as he learns it in real time, right? Interesting way to open up the whole series and introduce the world and show us what's going on through this interesting sort of POV discovery process. So here's that shot of Tom Cruise that they talked about from the Mission Impossible. So it's the Dutch angle, and the Dutch angle is an immediate clue to us that something's wrong, right? Something's not right because the world is on its side. The world's not normally on its side. So when it's on its side, that's a clue to the audience that something's not right. Okay. So when I tell you guys in your homework assignments that your horizons are running downhill, you're coming dangerously close to suggesting to the audience that you shot a Dutch angle for some reason. And you're going to send your audience into intellectual tailspins trying to figure out what you meant by a camera that was not level. So that's one of the principal reasons why you want your horizons to be level on your camera. And some of these new cameras, like the GH5, for instance, has a virtual level in it. You can activate it and it'll show up on your EVF as a green line that will tilt and pitch like this. And when the camera's level, it will level and it will indicate with a green line symbol, right? So the camera's going to tell you if it's off level or not. Pay attention to that kind of stuff. If you don't have that kind of feature in your camera itself, you might have a bubble level on your tripod. Make sure your tripod is set up on a base where the legs are all equally extended and the bubble level has the little indicating bubble in the center of the bullseye, right? That's how you're going to know your tripod's level. If your tripod's level, your head's probably level. And then when you pan the camera, if you pan left and right, the camera won't run downhill because it's off level, right? It'll stay on the same horizon, nice and neat, nice and level. Okay. A level camera is one of the easiest ways to show an educated audience that you know what you're doing. Anybody who knows how to make movies and looks at a frame that has been framed up with an unlevel camera that doesn't seem to have any reason to be out of level except that they just didn't check it. You know, somebody like me, I look at it and I go, oh, they weren't even paying attention. That's a bad operator. Takes me right out of the movie. Right? I stop thinking about the film and the story and everything like that. And all I can say is, wow, the camera operator didn't know that the head wasn't level. That's an amateur mistake. Right? So make the effort, right? If you're showing your reel to a client and the client sees a lot of shots that are poorly lit and the camera's not level, they're not going to think very highly of your skill set as a camera operator. Unless there's a very obvious pattern that indicates that this is part of your visual style, which I can't think of anybody who uses bad lighting and unlevel cameras as a visual style. It's just not something you run into every day. So chances are those are clear indicators of an inexperienced and unskilled operator. So you want to avoid those clear and blaring errors. Okay, shooting for the edit. We're talking about Dutch angles again. This is so Dutch angle, not necessarily that, well, in Jaws, the world is wrong, right? There's a massive shark eating people. But the Dutch angle in this shot was used as Roy Scheider's realization that, oh my God, the shark is enormous and we're going to need a bigger boat, right? Well, actually, he says that in the next shot, but this is the moment that the sheriff sees the shark come. He's chumming the water. They've been throwing fishing lines into the water thinking they're going to catch a much smaller fish. He's ladling blood and fish guts into the water, trying to attract the shark. And the shark comes up for a look. And nobody else but the sheriff, Roy, at the back of the transom of the boat, sees the shark. The other guys are looking the other way. It's like the classic, hey, look what I see. And then they turn around and the shark's gone, right? The shark pokes his head out of the water just long enough for Brody to go, holy crap, this is an enormous fish. And we're going to need a bigger boat, right? And so the camera goes in that moment that he realizes it as a visual reference, a visual emphasis on that emotion, on that line of dialogue, on that performance. Because what he's smoking a cigarette and his ash is like really long and it kind of falls limply in his face, and he looks in astonishment at this shark, and the camera goes ring, as if to say to the audience, yeah, this is bad, ring, just like that, right? They do the same thing in Die Hard. This is the first moment that John, I forget his last name in the movie, but Bruce Willis, this is the moment these guys actually meet face to face. Up until this point in the movie, they've been voices at the other end of a walkie-talkie, and they've been talking shit to each other for 2 hours, and he's telling him he's going to bust him, and he's telling him he's going to get away regardless, and he's stolen a lot of money, and he's going to be rich on a beach somewhere, collecting 6%, and he's saying, no way, you're going down, you're the bad guy, I'm the good guy. But they finally meet face to face, and when they do it, they meet in a frame that's slightly skewed, right? Because the world hasn't been normal for the last hour and 30 minutes. It's been this guy hunting this guy down in an office building, looking high and low for one another. He is alone, facing a whole group of bank robbers who are holding hostages on the top floor, and they meet for the first time, and they're not going to meet in a regular frame. They're going to meet in a Dutch kind of a push-in, I guess. And he's a very unique bad guy because this movie was like an early 80s film, right? And we hadn't seen too many characters like Hans Gruber in the movies. The movies were a little bit more tame and less imaginative in that respect, unless you're watching like Popeye Doyle and the French Connection or something. Everything was fairly traditional in the way it was crafted. So the director, John McTiernan, was looking for a unique way to see his bad guy for the first time, and he chose a Dutch angle to do it. Here's another odd angle, low angle looking up, and it's a Dutch angle. This is from Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. So this is one of the guys who robs the pawn shop, and he ends up getting more than he bargained for. He gets some diamonds or something, and this is the guy who owns the diamonds. He wants them back, and this is the hitman that he's hired to help him catch this guy. And they finally pin him down, and they're going to hold the gun to his head and say, where's our stuff, right? So this is just part of the director's repertoire of odd, unique shots and compositions that he uses, Guy Ritchie. So he's got a lot of compositions that are non-traditional compositions. And of course, he's got non-traditional characters with very interesting and creative dialogue. So it's just one more layer of complexity to his movies that all of his fans sort of love and appreciate and expect to see, right? They don't expect to see traditional coverage of an interrogation. They get something like this with some very snappy dialogue and some very unusual and entertaining characters to go along with it. So that's pretty much it. So here's an effective use of the profile shot in silhouette. The silhouette has a lot of the same connotations that the half-lit shot has, like we talked about on Monday. When somebody is in silhouette, they're probably hiding something, or we're seeing them as their antithesis. We're seeing them from their dark side, from their hidden side, right? So the silhouette is a very specific, iconic look. It has definite, it elicits definite emotions from the audience. And it's a unique lighting style. So there's obviously no fill light happening here. The key light is really the backlight. It's both things at the same time. It's putting nice edges and separation on all the black suits in the dark closet. And we see the profile of our hero, right? Christian Bale. But it's important that we don't see any detail to the front because the director is trying to give us a certain kind of feeling about this guy, like he could be anybody. Like there's more people who think the way he does than you realize. And so it's almost like he's anonymous as a silhouette, right? So everybody thinks this guy's a normal guy. He's just another business guy who goes to the meetings and has business cards that everybody likes to compare and see whose is better. And he talks about, profit and loss and making money like everybody else does. But at night, what does he do at night? He's a serial killer. This is American Psycho, right? So at night, he's like hacking people up in his living room on sheets of plastic and throwing them in dumpsters. He's a nut job, right? But the idea is during the day, he looks like everybody else. And only at night does his brutal, murderous side come out, right? So in that sense, we see him as a silhouette because, do my coworkers do this too? I don't know. I don't know. I don't recognize this guy. He's not behaving like he does at the office. This is a clip from Studio Binder about putting it all together. It's just a way of thinking about all of the stuff we've been talking about. This is from the end of Silverado. It's an interesting collection of shots. This is from The Quick and the Dead. Another gunfight in another Western. And what's neat is a lot like that scene that that Studio Binder alluded to, the end of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That scene in particular, that three-way gunfight at the end of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, I think is a classic sort of workshop on editing and all the different sizes that they put together in that sequence to show you the ending gunfight, the culminating gunfight at the end of that movie, which is over, well over 2 hours long. It's an editing workshop. And if you look at everything put together, you can see how assembly is really, really important. It's really critical to what we do. We're not shooting random pieces of film that an editor then magically figures out how to assemble later, or the director looks at in a pile after 6 weeks of shooting and says, what do we do with this? The whole process has been well thought out, in most cases well in advance. Starts with storyboards, and it starts with questions about the script between a director and a cinematographer. And then it progresses into production where we shoot these things with specific compositions in mind so that the editor can take that information later and craft it into a film with a very specific message for our audience that will entertain them and inform them. Okay. So this is what this is all about. It's also my last class with you guys. And I know it feels like a lot, but I would be curious if you have the time to just let me know if you have any questions or any thoughts on this that I can address for you right now, since it is our last class time together.
I just wanted to ask about the final because I think you mentioned that if we wanted to, we would be able to take it after this class, but I noticed it's not open until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, let's have a look. It's due by absolute latest August 8th, but let me see what the web courses is saying about that, because if it's not open, I will open it right now. Oh yeah. Oh, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So I can change that. If you think you might want to attack it this afternoon or this evening, I can open it up earlier.
I would also appreciate that.
Yes, please.
All right. It might take me a little bit of time to get it to open up this afternoon, but I might be able to say get it open by 6 p.m., let's say, if that's enough time for you and you can get started on it this afternoon. Don't forget to do it by the 8th, because if you don't turn it in on August 9th, I have to have all your grades in actually by August, I think it's 9 a.m. on August 10th. So I've got virtually no room to spare in terms of this final exam. So you got the next four days or so to get it done. So I will, when I hang up with you, I will work on opening it up sooner, as soon as I can. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else have any questions, comments, reflections?
Is there a review on your YouTube channel?
There is. It should be up there already. Let's see if we can find it here real quick. Get out of my way. Let's go to my channel. And it will be from the spring session. So it's going to have a date on it of something like, I think it was May 4th, the final for those folks. So if we look at the videos and we go to May, here's April already right here. Here's final exam review right here, April 20th, 2021. There's also a midterm review, and I put that link in your web courses already. So the midterm was somewhere in March. See if I can find it here. Midterm review, March 2nd. So they're about a month apart. March 2nd for the midterm review, April 20th for the final review. And that's like I think that's like an hour and a half presentation talking about everything from the semester. You might find that helpful. So the same link that gets you to this channel for like today's lecture, if you go off of that, go to that page and hit videos, all of these videos will get revealed to you, and you can watch anything in here that you want. So there's stuff going way back to your exposure worksheets and, you know, back to the beginning of the semester last year. All kinds of stuff is in here. And then it's not just from cinematography, it's also from cinematography 2 and from my writing class and my intro class. So there's a lot of lectures in here, and pretty much any topic that you want to check in should be written here. Composition, shot design, point of no return, that's from my writing class. Color theory, what else? Depth of field, right? All of those topics are here. It should be easy for you to reference and find what you want to hear. Okay. Lenses, dialogue. Okay. And usually it'll say the class it's from. So here's 2461. This clip is from 3102. That's my writing class, right? 4472 is cinematography 2. You'll see some of that in here. Okay. So it's all here on the same page where I send you your links every week, the same place. Okay. Anybody else? So that's it then. You guys have passed the crucible of cinematography 1 as far as that goes. The way things are going, I don't have any real expectations of anybody bombing the final in any way. So I think you're all probably in pretty good shape. But if you have any questions or whatever, and you want me to address them for you before you take a crack at the final, shoot me an email, let me know. We'll schedule a Zoom appointment or a phone call or something, and we'll get you worked out before you take your final. Okay.
How many questions are there?
60 questions. You have an hour and a half to take it. So the minute you open the window, the clock starts, right? You got an hour and a half to answer 60 multiple choice questions, half of which you've already seen on your midterm. Okay. So you shouldn't be seeing 60 unsolicited questions at this point. Some of this you've seen before on the midterm, and it's just really review. Okay. So you might want to look at your midterm and how you did on it and look up anything you got wrong on the midterm to clear it up for you. And then that makes studying for the final that much easier, because the final started after week 8, right? Makes it a little easier to study for. All righty. I will adjourn this meeting if you guys don't have any questions about composition and shot design. how you feeling about your situation? Are you guys ready to take the final and get out of here?
Definitely, I'm ready.
Same.
You look played out. Like today just really just took the last of your energy. It's a long lecture because I added a little extra stuff at the end, but well, it is what it is. If you like what we're talking about, though, you can come back and play with us again at Cinematography 2 if you prefer. Otherwise, good luck with whatever you're pursuing in the program. Keep in touch. You know, I frequently entertain questions and emails from students, previous students that I've had years before even. Keep in touch. Let me know how you're doing. You may see me again if you choose my writing class, writing for TV and film. I may get you if I'm still doing the capstone class when it comes your time to graduate as a senior. We'll see each other in the capstone class. So we'll be in touch some more. But I thank you for your time and attention. Thank you always for coming to my lectures and supporting the Zoom effort on your behalf. I appreciate that as well. And your questions and comments are always appreciated. So I'll be around. Shoot me an email if you need me. Otherwise, good luck on your final. Thanks for your time. Have a good afternoon. And you got about 2.5 weeks of summer left. So enjoy your summer. All right,
You as
folks.
well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you and have a good afternoon.
You too.
You too.